So I can either you're seeing the master slide, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, everybody, I am starting
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Welcome to the May 12th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We will call this meeting to order. If you would like to participate in the meeting in our public comment periods, please go to santabarbaraca.gov to find out how to do that. Ms. Clerk, let's do our Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, yes, Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The roll call, please, Ms. Clerk.
very good. Councilmember Jordan,
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon,
Here.
Councilmember Friedman,
Here.
Councilmember Harmon,
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Present.
and Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much. We do have a ceremonial item. Ms. Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Yes, item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Mr. Casey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. As you know, each month I like to recognize employees for achieving milestones in their service to the city. I'd like to read the names into the record for today. We don't have anyone receiving their awards virtually. We'll find a time to celebrate those with the 25 or 30 years of service at some later time. So with 5 years of service to the city, we have Vince Wong, Computer Training Coordinator in Information Technology, and Alex Ubaldo, Supervising Engineer in the Public Works Department. With 10 years of service to the city, we have Megan Harrison, Police Officer with the Police Department, and Kyle Lowry, Police Officer with the Police Department. With 15 years of service to the city, Josh Thompson, Information Technology Technician 2 in the Information Technology Department, Ryan DeJulio, Fire Inspector 2 with the Fire Department, Mark Cavalier, Welder Fabricator in our Public Works Department, Teresa Lancy, Water Distribution Supervisor, Public Works Department, Kevin Strasberg, Parks Project Technician, Parks and Recreation Department, Alberto Cuevas, Airport Maintenance Worker 2, Airport Department, and Stephen Spurlock, Airport Patrol Supervisor, Airport Department. With 20 years of service to the city, Jeff Deming, Animal Control Officer 2 with the Police Department. With 25 years of service to the city, Roger Arroyo, Water Distribution Supervisor, Public Works Department. And with 30 years of service to the city, Maricela Salinas, Project Planner, Community Development Department. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Congratulations to those employees for hitting those milestones, and we thank them for their service to our city, to our residents. Thank you. Mr. Casey, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
No, Madam Mayor.
We'll now go to public comment, and our clerk, Sarah Gorman, will explain how it works. And this is our opportunity to hear from the public on items that are not on our official agenda. And everyone gets 3 minutes, and we welcome you and your comments today. Ms. Clerk.
Hello. Members of the public, I see that a number of people have called in or logged in to speak. Please use the raise your hand function, press the little hand key if you would like to speak on a particular item. We're now at generalized public comment, so if you wanted to talk about an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand using the app. And if you don't want to speak on this item but wish to speak on a separate item, please raise your hand when we get to that item. I will list the names of the people that we are going to call on. When I call on you, please turn down the volume on your TV, unmute yourself, and go ahead. You will have 3 minutes. I'm going to read a number of names out here. Anna Marie Gott, Blake Stock, Dan Colley, Griselda Villalpando, Kate Mickey, Melissa Cunningham, Robert Elsey, Suzanne Elledge. We'll start with Ms. Gott. Ms. Gott, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, council members. The first thing I want to just bring to your attention is really the inadequate ability for members of the public, again, to attend these meetings, especially when you go to the actual website today. The only thing that you're going to be able to do if you click on the typical website where you log into a meeting now is YouTube. You don't actually have any instructions on how to access the webinar information or to be able to call in and make a public comment unless you actually download the interactive HTML agenda or the agenda itself. So you're really preventing the public from participating if you don't have those instructions right on the homepage out for this open meeting. Regarding your budget and things that you might want to consider in your budget discussion is really implementing an alcohol ordinance. I don't know if you all are aware of it, but the city's general fund actually pays in excess of $1 million annually to subsidize alcohol licenses in the city. We do this by actually not requiring that they have an alcohol ordinance that's deemed complete. So what that means is we as taxpayers in the city actually pay for all of the police services, the calls for services, the AMR, which is the ambulances, as well as the fire department call for anything alcohol related. And the vast majority of the money that we actually spend is for those businesses that are downtown with on-sale and off-sale licenses, as well as off-sale licenses at liquor stores. As you might know, Anthony Wagner has been trying to actually have the city council pass an alcohol ordinance. And we actually need to get this scheduled in the next few months and pass it so it becomes effective in our next budget cycle. That will save us well in excess of $1 million a year from the general fund, and which is going to be absolutely needed during this COVID crisis. So I would urge you all to look at an email from me later today regarding the alcohol ordinance and the presentation that Anthony gave in December. It's imperative that we actually start doing this because we are subsidizing all of these businesses rather than actually making them pay for their own services for the police that they actually need as a result of their inability to police their own customers and those customers' inability to actually remain sober. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker, Ms. Gorman.
Hello, our next speaker is Blake Stock. Blake, please go ahead. You can turn off your volume and unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm calling today to voice my strong support for making State Street more people-centric by reducing motor vehicle traffic. I believe that people are the only way to bring economic activity and vitality back to our community and downtown corridor. Cars cannot do that. And the only way people will come out of hiding in large enough numbers to make an impact is if they feel safe enough to do so. The only way to make them feel safe right now is to provide them with sufficient space. So I'm here to voice my strong support for making State Street more people-centric, reducing motor vehicle traffic. As long as State Street is designed to prioritize the movement of car traffic over the safe and free movement of people, businesses will struggle to survive now more than ever. Adapting to COVID means using any and all available space to keep people at safe distances from one another while allowing for public life to continue. The city should adopt similar policies and programs to those that have already been put in place all over the world in places like Paris, Cincinnati, Oakland, Bogota, Seattle, Milan, Berlin, Mexico City, Budapest, Vancouver, and many others that are reimagining their cities for a physically distanced world. We have so many of the necessary elements to breathe new life into State Street and revitalize our economic activity and public space there. We possess the space, the climate, the right types of restaurants and shops to turn all of State Street into an outdoor cafe, market, venue for art and music. What we currently lack is the political will. This idea may not appeal to every resident of Santa Barbara, but it probably will appeal to just enough to keep businesses going during this time of restrictions and constraints, hopefully leading to a renewed long-term love affair with our downtown space. To provide safe distances between people, it is essential to reconfigure streets to find that extra space. Using just the sidewalks will not be enough. We need to consider closing streets and lanes using space that has traditionally been used for other things. The bottom line is that lifeless objects like cars will not bring life back to State Street. Only people can do that. Only people can go out dining and shopping to spend the money it takes to keep people employed, the rent paid, and the lights on.
Thanks, Mr. Stock. Your time is up. I've been keeping track, and the timer on the
Okay.
But thanks. We got your message. Thank you.
Last line. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reimagine our shared spaces. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Gorman.
Hello. All right. Our next speaker is Grisela Villalpando. Go ahead, Ms. Villalpando.
Hi, I am calling today to say thank you for moving the homeless from the Cacique underpass. I live on Voluntario Street and use the underpass regularly when I go on walks to the beach with my family. In our neighborhood, there has been many concerns about the homeless, and ever since the city installed portable restrooms and trash cans there, it got very, very worse and out of hand. It was very frightening for myself and for my kids to walk through there and see many homeless on both sides of the street, drinking and doing drugs. Nothing was being done for such a long time, and as part of this neighborhood, I want to say thank you for finally having the courage and making this happen. But most importantly, I want to say that I hope this doesn't happen again. Please don't let them come back and make our community frightening again, especially for our kids. Our streets look nice and clean, and our neighborhood kids feel safe to finally go on walks and enjoy a little bit of time outside from after being indoors all day. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thanks. Ms. Clerk, more people lined up?
Yes, our next speaker is John Douglas. After John Douglas, it's Katie Mickey and Melissa Cunningham. Mr. Douglas, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Good to see you, Kathy Murillo, and city councilors. Thank you for your hard work in this time of crisis. I wanted to raise 2 points that I hope will stick into your ears and then hopefully come to the forefront when appropriate. First is just to get ahead of the agenda, I just want to express my support for extending the eviction moratorium.
Mr.
at a
Douglas,
minimum.
we ask that you save those comments for that's when an agenda item. Can you stay for that item?
I mean, actually, I can't, but anyway.
Well, we heard you say you support. Okay, so go ahead with whatever's not on the agenda. Go ahead, please.
Okay, very good. I understand. The other thing I want to raise is now that it is that the legislature of California and the governor have authorized the creation of public banks by local communities, I urge Santa Barbara City to establish its own public bank so that our tax revenue that is being held by the city and used for public purposes is getting interest that'll be then plowed back into the community rather than into Wall Street banks and their wealthy investors. So I urge you to establish a public bank, and for more information, you can go to the Public Banking Institute, which has a website.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, thank you. Next person.
Hello, our next speaker is Katie Mickey. Ms. Mickey, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Dear Santa Barbara City Council, so good to see you all. I am here as a Santa Barbara business owner of 30 years and a Painted Cave resident of 4.5 years, who has chosen to retreat from the high density of non-ionizing radio frequencies that I occurred in my previous business location directly under 3 cell towers and surrounding my previous downtown apartment. Both exposures led to my inability to sleep at night in proximity to high density RFR and demyelination of my nerve sheaths. We are now in the last 3 weeks of our city's 90-day pause before voting on Verizon's contract for wireless installations on streetlights. We have been given no response in these recent weeks from our city attorney in our efforts through 5G3 Santa Barbara to collaborate in writing and enacting a protective ordinance for Santa Barbara. We have been told many times that your hands are tied to regulate the telecom industry and that the FCC preempts your authority to do so. I am here to assure you that your hands are not tied and that Congress specifically preserves power to local governments to regulate the placement of wireless facilities. Reference the Telecommunications Act Section 47 U.S.C. 332C7A. The reason it is important for you to regulate the placement of wireless facilities is that the FCC does virtually nothing to actually apply the limits that they set. As a general rule, the FCC never tests wireless facilities and never requires the owners to test them. So local governments are the first and the only line of defense against their constituents being exposed to illegally excessive levels of radiation emanating from wireless facilities in their jurisdiction. Low density RFR in our city is a priceless treasure that I call to preserve and protect through an immediate moratorium on all wireless infrastructure installations and modification of our current ordinance. We ask you to collaborate with us, 5G Free Santa Barbara. Thank you for your time and for all that you do for our city. Katie Mickey, Director of the Santa Barbara Body Therapy Institute.
Very good. Ms. Clerk, another speaker?
Hello. All right. Our next speaker is Lee Heller. After Lee Heller, it will be Melissa Cunningham and then Miriam Lindbeck. Ms. Heller, please go ahead. And I need to unmute you. Hold on. All right. Now, Lee Heller, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'll be very brief. I am also calling in or visiting you virtually in support of opening State Street as a pedestrian mall of sorts. And I would also suggest, if you haven't already considered it, including a block of the side streets to Anacapa on one side and Chapala on the other for several blocks, because there are businesses just off of State Street that include restaurants that might be able to function if they're able to set up outside, but that will die otherwise. So I don't think we want our only vision of the future of downtown to be limited to the State Street corridor. I think this is an opportunity that we have long been considering and have not been able to take action on, about turning State Street into a pedestrian mall for several blocks. And we need to do something, as you know. So I hope that this is receiving serious consideration. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Melissa Cunningham, and then Miriam Lindbeck, and then Robert Elsey or Else. Ms. Cunningham, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Good afternoon. As the executive director for the Coalition for the Sustainable Transportation and also working with the Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition, I would like to express my support today of the opening of State Street to people and the restriction of motor vehicles so that there is more space for safe social distancing in the downtown. We at Coast have put a lot of time in recent years into generating ideas on how to create a more people-centered downtown corridor that is safe, vibrant, and active. While the circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic are unfortunate to say the least, it is exciting that it has inspired the urgency for action among the Santa Barbara community at large. Allowing people to have more space to walk and bike will bring more energy downtown and enable the businesses to hopefully recover a little faster. Also, the benefits of fresh air and exercise are essential not only to our physical health, but to our mental health, and we need that now more than ever. In addition to limiting vehicles on State Street, we encourage you to look at other streets around the city that can perhaps be closed to through traffic and therefore give pedestrians and cyclists more space to safely move about. I thank you for having an open mind and for trying to find some silver linings in these difficult times. Good afternoon.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Miriam Lindbeck. Ms. Lindbeck, please go ahead.
Dear City Council, thank you so much for your concerted efforts on the matter of this pandemic and shelter in place, for securing the health of our residents and for tending to the finances and financial conditions we all face. Now more than ever, the health of our residents stands paramount. So does the prosperity and survival of our town and the thriving of the spirit of happiness and safety in our peace of paradise. Reports have it that we are going to have a higher than before fire season this year. Thus, we address that 5G free Santa Barbara is for safe technology. Safe applies not just to the technology, but to the health and welfare of every person here, our land, the beauty of our area, and all plant and animal life. We opt for underground public fiber optics to the premises. Fiber optics to the premises, which offers the fastest possible connection at the speed of light, upholds our aesthetics, property values, fire safety, energy consumption, data and security system safety, and the health of humans, endangered species, and pollinators. Underground protects workers' rights to not be irradiated all day at work. It protects disabled people's rights. Electromagnetic sensitivity is a recognized disability under the Americans with Disabilities Act. We cannot accommodate their disability by allowing further and hundreds of above ground wireless facilities. Doing so will restrict them further from living, going to shops, restaurants, or work in their workplaces. Underground will avert personal injury into sensitization. In February of 2020, the FDA acknowledged wireless facilities sensitization is a real problem. Every central nervous system in humans, animals, insects, or plants is eminently susceptible to sensitization and lifelong hypersensitivity. Increasing the ambient microwave radiation in a city when multiplied by weeks, months, years, and decades ensures ultimately that every nervous system will be injured into sensitization. Underground prevents fires and public safety risks. Above ground telecommunications increases fire risks. Now that the FCC has many pending lawsuits, prudent city planning would include consideration of these potential rulings. So in addition to an underground policy and our request for a moratorium, we also propose a stay on any further wireless telecom applications until the FCC lawsuits are settled. Thank you. Respectfully, Miriam Lindbeck.
Thanks, Ms. Lindbeck. Another speaker?
Hello, our next speaker is Robert Elsey, or Els, and then Suzanne Elledge, and then Joanna Kaufman. If anyone else would like to speak in this general public comment, please raise your hand on the app right now. Okay, Mr. Els, please go ahead. Mr. Els, you're muted on your end.
Oh,
you can,
now here I am. Yes, Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for the time to speak. My name is Robert Els, and I have lived in Santa Barbara for 44 years. I deeply love our very special city. This is a statement in favor of limited or no vehicle traffic on State Street. When people safely and gradually return to downtown, I urge the council to take this unique opportunity to phase in the opening of State Street with limited or no vehicle traffic as a more people-focused area to enjoy walking, biking, shopping, dining, and the arts. My three main reasons are: one, it brings more people closer to businesses. The idea that residents and tourists window shop from their cars while cruising State Street and subsequently stop and patronize a business they've spotted is one whose time has long passed. A leisurely stroll on our spacious landscape sidewalks is much more conducive to a spur-of-the-moment entry into a shop or cafe. State Street merchants will benefit, not suffer. Besides, with no parking on State Street, the traffic lights only create unnecessary greenhouse gases from idling cars and noise pollution from the stop-and-go traffic. Two, it increases our sense of community. The recent car-free experiments show that people love to come out and enjoy the various State Street neighborhoods on foot, find new favorite places, and run into their friends and chat. The strong community vibe is palpable at the Tuesday's Farmers Market, Solstice Fiesta, the open table dinners, and other car-free community events. Three, traffic and parking are not a problem. Our pairs of one-way streets paralleling State Street and well-placed parking lots are ideal for handling the change in traffic patterns. We already have so much of the solution in place. And I agree with the previous speaker regarding including businesses on side streets as well. I think that's very important. So now is the time. I urge the council to actively plan and adopt a phased-in approach to State Street with limited or no vehicle traffic, which will inevitably bring more people to our beautiful and unique world-class downtown and businesses. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Ms. Clerk?
All right, our next speaker is Suzanne Elledge, and then we have Cassandra Cornish, Dan Colley, Joanna Kaufman. Suzanne Elledge, please go ahead.
Ms. Clerk, we may consider cutting it off after that. We're already at 2:30, so thanks. Ms. Elledge, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I believe Ms. Elledge may have, oh, there we go. Go ahead.
You can hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Suzanne Elledge, founder of Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services, representing Somo Santa Barbara LLC in their application for what I think is a transformational mixed-use project in the Funk Zone, in which rental housing is the primary component. Since we're not bumping into each other around town these days, I wanted to take the opportunity during public comment to make the council aware of this project. It was submitted to the city back in March, and it's anticipated to go to Planning Commission for concept review on June 18th, tentatively scheduled. We hope you will watch for it to gain a deeper understanding than what I have time to tell you in these 3 minutes. The project is located on a full city block in the heart of the Funk Zone between Yananali and Mason,
Santa Barbara Street and Gray Avenue. It's less than a quarter mile from the train station. Because of the council's strong interest in making meaningful progress to address our housing crisis, we wanted you to be aware of this project's primary purpose, which is to build 144 rental units, 20% of these low income and deed restricted, and 12 condominiums at this downtown waterfront location. We also offer moderate income alternatives if it's determined by the city that this level of affordability would meet a greater need. Even though the AUD program is not yet effective in the coastal zone, we have proposed a priority housing overlay base density for the project. The city's housing policies allow increased density on a case-by-case basis. We have specifically asked the city to support our density request. We also want you to know that we have proposed to implement a locals preference program for all of the rental units, affordable and market, and that the City Housing Authority has agreed to manage this program. The project is creatively and beautifully designed to meet coastal land use policies and objectives and to be compatible with and to enhance surrounding sunk zone uses. To achieve the project's housing goals, retain some iconic architectural features of the site, and to provide ground level pedestrian access in public spaces, we are also requesting an increase in height from a maximum of 45 feet to a maximum of 59 feet. We've been thoughtful in the development of this project concept. It uses the tools made available locally and at a state level to develop a substantial number of units. We are seeking a collaborative process and see the city as a partner in making this project a reality. While not in the central business district, the project is ideally located in the downtown waterfront. Council has been in the process of identifying sites to replace the PHO sites removed from the Milpas corridor and has prioritized downtown locations. This site accommodates the density requested, meets parking requirements without a monolithic big box structure and without tenant displacement and without negatively impacting historic resources, concerns that you have expressed in looking to where PHO sites should be located.
Thanks.
We
Your
just want
time
you-
is up.
Okay, we just wanted you to be aware of the project. In my 34-year career in planning, I have represented many community benefit projects and all of them have been non-residential. So I'm thrilled to be working on this and we're just getting the word. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Simon Kiefer. Simon Kiefer, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm Simon Kiefer. I'm a retired planner from the city's Community Development Department. And I worked on building a lot of the downtown worker housing projects that we have. And I'm speaking today in strong support of the idea of reducing automobile traffic on State Street and other downtown streets. This would dovetail nicely with other ideas I've heard lately about maybe using vacant commercial space for residential development. And I think both of these ideas together would help revitalize State Street, making it a vibrant center and contribute significantly to Santa Barbara's livability. Thank you.
Okay, nice short message. Thanks. Ms. Clerk, anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Cassandra Cornish followed by Dan Colley. Cassandra Cornish, please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you for all your hard work. I wrote a letter to City Council. Dear City Council, I am a grateful and proud resident and homeowner in the LC Alito area of Santa Barbara, and I'm aware of the 4G, 5G wireless telecommunication service that is proposed to be set up and turned on in our community. We have no reason to believe that the wireless radiation from 5G is safe. What the peer-reviewed scientific literature tells us is that there are harmful biological effects and health risks from 5G's radio frequency radiation or RFR exposure. As a mother of a young child, I am shocked that the consideration of safety has not been accounted for in this telecommunications rollout plan. The World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer classifies RFRs as possibly carcinogenic to humans. and has prioritized RFRs to be reviewed again due to significant evidence that they are a probable or known human carcinogen. I read in the Scientific American that the effects include increased cancer risk, cellular stress, genetic damages, harmful free radical damage, structural and functional changes in the reproductive system, learning and memory deficits, and neurological disorders, and negative impacts on general well-being in humans. Is this what we want for ourselves and our children? Who will be held accountable as our community health perils? I and so many other parents and caregivers are counting on you, dear members, to protect our families and children from the adverse physiological effects of 5G radiation. Our community is unique, and people live here to enjoy the healthy, pollution-free environment, natural beauty, and wildlife that is so very precious to us all. Damage goes well beyond human health, as there is growing evidence of harmful effects to both animal and plant life. You have the power to take control of the future health of our beautiful community, and your hands are not tied. Please stand up and protect us from wireless infrastructure installations and enact protective measures on our current wireless legislation. I am urgently calling for a moratorium on all wireless installations and activations. Let's be a city and county that leads the way for protecting human health and well-being for generations. Let's demand funding for proper research needed to adopt biologically safe RFR exposure limits. We can do this. Sincerest regards, Cassandra Cornish.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Dan Colley. After Mr. Colley, Jeff Havlick, and then Abe Powell, and that's the last on public comment.
Okay, those two really have to be the last. We usually go to 2:30, so thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Colley, please go ahead.
Let's see. Hello, can you hear me all right? You can?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Dan Colley, and I would like to offer some insights regarding the coronavirus and the reopening of our community. New York State has one COVID-19 death per 926 persons. The rest of the states combined have one COVID-19 death per 5,401 persons. Santa Barbara County has only one death per 40,590 persons. We are doing quite well compared to the rest of the nation. India, with a population of 1,380,000,000, has only one death per 592,000 persons. This should be a good thing. The death rate is so low that they have ostensibly eliminated the virus. But if you look at a recent Washington Post article, Indians are suffering greatly, not from the virus, but from the consequences of the economic shutdown. Many people are near starvation. Yesterday's article on the Washington Post indicates that India's lockdown is one of the strictest in the world. India's lockdown has caused unemployment on a massive scale. Their vast workforce has no safety net. There is immense suffering, and many are on the verge of starvation. Now, back to New York. Governor Cuomo's statistics show that 66% of hospitalizations are people sheltering at home. Only 2% of hospitalizations are from the homeless population. If sheltering at home is working, shouldn't these figures be in reverse? These figures show that sheltering at home only delays the virus. At some point, we have to reopen our community. The longer we delay, the more difficult this will be. It isn't just the local businesses that are suffering. The medical community is also shut down. I'm 76 years old, and my primary doctor is at Sansom Clinic. I have tried calling my doctor, but I'm put on hold until I give up. Ostensibly, I no longer have access to medical care. Ultimately, the only way to defeat this virus is to reopen our community. We know that a small number should remain sheltered, but the vast majority can safely return to normal. The Department of Homeland Security studies show that the virus cannot live in a combination of sunlight, high temperature and high humidity. This is particularly suited to Santa Barbara, especially in the months between April and August. It's time to open before it's too late. If you wish to discuss this further, you may obtain my contact information from the Santa Barbara Rental Housing Mediation Board. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jeff Havlick. Mr. Havlick, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As stated, my name's Jeff and I live on the west side. As we all know, our downtown businesses are in immediate and dire peril. The city must do everything it can to help rather than hinder those businesses as they strive to reopen. To that end, I am here to encourage you to reorganize and completely rebuild the planning and permitting divisions of the Santa Barbara City. In support of that idea, I offer this brief history. Approximately 25 years ago, the planning department, the City of Santa Barbara Planning Department, with the consent of the City Council, downzoned the R4, the high density housing area bounded by Mission Street, 101, Haley Street, and Santa Barbara Street. That's approximate, but it was all in there. That exact area is what we're trying to build high density housing in now, but that council tied your hands today in an effort to keep people out. That was the idea back then. Downzone it, keep people out of town. Approximately 15 or 20 years ago, the state of California ordered all cities and counties to allow permitting of granny units to help increase housing density. The city planning department thwarted that effort by changing the local rules, mostly around parking, to make permitting of such additional housing impossible. And if you check the records, almost no permits were granted for granny units under that. Then the state started again about 5 years ago with to force the anti-growth counties and cities to permit additional units via the ADU rules. Again, the city fought those changes tooth and nail, wasting untold thousands of taxpayer dollars and simply forcing the state to take more and more control away from us. So at the end of the day, we have almost no authority, which I guess we needed. At the same time, the planning department began promoting the auxiliary unit development program based on high density, based on the fantasy that people in California don't have one car per adult or close to it. If you don't believe it, drive by the AUD units on Chapala, about the 1200 block, San Andreas Street, and you will see cars parked everywhere. That program does not work. The ADU does. So back to my point. The planning and development divisions have been in the habit of saying no for so long, they don't know any other answer. You need to, Kathy, you need to reorganize that department, those divisions, or our local businesses are going to tank. Need all the help we can give them. Thank you for your time.
Very good. One more speaker?
Yes, one last speaker for public comment. That's Abe Powell. Mr. Powell, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'll be brief. I know you guys are trying to get out the door, but I just was calling in today to indicate my support for the reconfiguration of the State Street corridor for enhanced pedestrian and business use and to get cars off of State Street downtown. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. We will close public comment with thanks to everyone who participated, and we will take up the issue of the coronavirus response later on in the agenda, and also State Street is one of our bullet points, but it wasn't formally agendaized, so I allowed people to talk about it now. I'll be a little more strict next week. So thanks for everyone again for participating. We'll close public comment. We'll go to the consent calendar. Ms. Clerk, you have some items to read?
Yes, Madam Mayor, one item to read, item number 3, set a date for public hearing regarding renewal of levy for fiscal year 2021 for the wildland fire suppression assessment. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara declaring its intention to continue the wildland fire suppression assessment within the foothill and extreme foothill zones, declaring the work to be of more than general or ordinary benefit, and describing the district to be assessed to pay the costs and expenses thereof, preliminarily approving the updated engineer's report, stating intention to continue assessments for fiscal year 2021, and establishing a time of 2 p.m. on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020, in the City Council chambers for a public hearing on the wildland fire suppression assessment. And that's all for consent to read.
I'm asking my council colleagues if they want to pull that item or any others. We have a real small consent calendar this agenda. If there's no further objection, we'll waive further reading, and I'll entertain a motion to put the consent calendar forward.
So moved.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks. If there's no other discussion, we'll take a roll call vote on the consent calendar. And for the public, we do a roll call vote whenever there's remote participation. Thank you.
Very good. And this is for the entire consent calendar, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. I'm sorry, was that yes for Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That passes unanimously, and we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a report from our Finance Committee. Mr. Friedman, are you ready to give a report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Today the Finance Committee met and we went over some preliminary numbers for the upcoming budget. In particular, we discussed policies related to how we want to pursue using reserves for the remainder of this fiscal year and next fiscal year, and that direction to staff will come back as part of the budget deliberations. And we also looked at enterprise fund fees as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair of the Finance Committee, and thanks to the Finance Committee members. We'll move to the next item, number 6. Ms. Clerk, would you read that into the record?
Yes, item 6, wastewater collection system annual report.
And we have a staff member who will give us this report. Welcome, and go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and council members. My name is Amanda Flessy, and I am the wastewater system manager. I have here with me today Mr. Bradley Ware, collection system superintendent, and we are pleased and extremely honored to be here to present the wastewater collection system annual report for 2019. Next slide, please. Today, I get the privilege to recognize and celebrate the tremendous hard work that these 18 men and women accomplished in 2019 and continue to accomplish during the pandemic and every emergency the city faces. Today, we will give you a brief background on our collection system and how it works. We will also provide a brief history of our sanitary sewer overflows, SSOs, our spills, and compare them to where we are now, in order to demonstrate the tremendous progress this program has been able to accomplish over the past 10 years. We will also dive into various operations the city has developed in order to support our maintenance and capital improvement programs, all to help reduce the amount of sewer spills impacting our community. This obviously comes all at a cost. We will go over the funding and investments we have made over the years and how this has directly impacted the success of the reduction of spills. Finally, we will go over the future goals of the collection system program. Now that we are officially out of the consent decree, where do we plan to go with the program in the next couple of years, and how we plan to continue to hit the primary goal of not violating the Clean Water Act by hitting the target of 0 spills in a fiscal year. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Bradley Ware, our collection system superintendent, to go over the accomplishments of our collection team. hopefully.
Thank you, Mrs. Hussey. So I'd like to start the presentation by orienting you to our 257-mile wastewater collection system. About 90% of our system is gravity, vitrified clay pipe, or PVC mains, and as shown in the green lines on the map. A large number of them are 6 or 8 inch, which has their own maintenance problems for our staff, as well as many of these mains are also located within easements or heavily vegetated areas, allowing for quite a bit of root growth. Our system is also approximately 55 years old on average, and that age adds to some of the additional maintenance costs as time goes on if we do not address the condition of those sewer mains. The red dots are also shown on the map are also our 7 sewer lift stations that collect areas of town that have gravity. The gravity system feeds them, and then the wastewater is pumped through a series of pipes up over a hill where they get discharged into a larger sewer main that ultimately convey the wastewater down to El Acero Water Resources Center. I also think it's important to note that on the map, you'll see Mission Canyon and kind of outlined in gray, and that's a satellite system that while we don't maintain for the county, we do receive wastewater from their system and treat it at El Acero Water Resource Center. Next slide. So one of the most important metrics of a wastewater collection system is its sanitary sewer overflow or spill count. Because it's, as Mrs. Flessia indicated already, it's any spill is a violation of the state's waste discharge requirement order. Our groups, or my collection system team's mission or goal is to limit our spills to 0 in order to provide safe and reliable community wastewater service for the city of Santa Barbara, as well as protect the beaches and creeks, because if it's not making it down to El Acero safely, it's got to be going somewhere, and we want to make sure that we have a safe environment to live in. Prior to 2011 and the consent decree, we were experiencing a high number of SSOs. We were averaging 38 spills per year. So in 2012, when we entered in the consent decree with Channel Keepers, we set out the objectives to primarily focus on developing maintenance management practices that could better support the performance of our system, and enhancing our capital improvement program, which really meant increasing the amount of renewal mileage due to the condition that we knew about of our system at that point and what our expectations were moving forward. The consent decree also had a spill performance goal established for each year of the consent decree. So as you can see on the graphic, the purple line there indicates the consent decree annual sanitary sewer overflow performance standard from 2012 through 2019. Our goal of 8 spills in 2019, we're happy to report we were able to achieve that goal, and we only had 4 sanitary sewer overflows. 3 out of the 4 spills were root related, and by looking at the spills over the past several years and thoroughly analyzing the information that we collect at each spill, we use this continuous development process to refine our work practices, because we've learned a lot about our system and how to be strategic in reducing spills for the future of our collection system. For example, we've learned a lot about the cleaning findings that have come back from our cleaning program, and that we have a root-related problem, not just on our public sewer mains, but also our private sewer laterals. We've also discovered that our capital improvement investment that we've been making will also help carry us for years to come. And I'll talk about that a little bit later in future slides. Next slide. So in order to achieve our spill performance goals, we have 4 key maintenance programs intended to prevent these sewer spills. The first, and the one that takes probably my staff the most time on an annual basis, is our cleaning program. You may have seen our large cleaning vehicles that use hydraulic pumps to pressurize water and scour the inside of sewer mains driving around town. The picture on the right is a picture of one of those vehicles with one of our operators at the manhole. The picture on the left is of one of the nozzles that we have to help us understand what we're cleaning. We also have our acoustic sounding program that we added in calendar year 2017 in order to help us check the mains that we weren't planning on cleaning that calendar year. We have our sewer lateral inspection program that I'll dive into a little bit deeper in a few slides that helps address the private lateral condition as well as maintenance issues associated with them. And we also have our fog management program, or our fats, oils, and grease, in order to help our property owners, our residential property owners, as well as our commercial food service establishments, minimize the amount of fog material that they discharge down the sewer system. Next slide. In order for us to figure out where to be cleaning effectively, we assign each pipe into a cleaning program and cleaning frequency. And so the graph in front of you shows you the approximate breakdown at the end of 2019 of our system. We have about 6,500 sewer mains that we are responsible for maintaining as part of the public system. And so each one of these has that combination of cleaning frequency and program in order for staff to be there at the right time and prevent that sewer spill. One of the important things to note from this slide is that through the years, we've learned that we have a root-related problem here in Santa Barbara due to the heavy vegetation and defects that have been observed on the old BCP pipe. And so we have approximately 54% of our sewer mains in either an accelerated root control program or the chemical root control program, where we will clean the sewer main and then apply a chemical root foam annually in order to reduce the growth rate of those roots. Next slide. So one of the metrics we report every year is our total mileage cleaned for the collection system in that calendar year. And in order for our team to meet the system's cleaning demand, we rely on our team of 10 well-qualified, state-certified collection system operators. We also use a cleaning contractor through an on-call contract in order to help shave those peaks and augment the cleaning capacity of our team. So this chart shows us the total mileage cleaned in calendar year 2019 and over the last several years. We cleaned approximately 300 miles in 2019. So to put this in perspective, if you stacked the pipes up from end to end and started here in Santa Barbara, we'd be cleaning a system that would extend all the way to Ensenada, Mexico. Next slide. Another way to look at the cleaning mileage to get a better understanding of how effective the program is to also look at the geographic cleaning miles. So if we've cleaned a pipe once in that calendar year, it's counted towards this number. And this really helps us understand what percentage of the system we've touched this year. This is a new proactive approach that our team has implemented since the beginning of the consent decree. And in 2019, we cleaned 183.6 miles, or around 71% of our system, which allows us to get to discovering problems before they get to the point where they become a spill. Next slide. The last program I'm going to talk about as part of our maintenance practices is our sewer lateral inspection program. This program continues to be a critical piece of our strategy to managing the roots within the collection system and ensure future success of the programs because of the data. Because our data shows that the majority of our spills have been related to root intrusion, either through the lateral connection or from the first or second joint up from the lateral. The picture on the left is a pretty good one that we've used before in the past to show what our staff are up against. This is a main that has been lined, and we've made the capital investment to renew the pipe and make sure it's in structural and good operational standing. However, the roots are coming in right at that connection, and unchecked, those roots would grow into the sewer main, seeking the water and potentially cause a spill. The graphic on the right shows you the trend in the sewer lateral inspection program for a couple of our key metrics. The blue lines you see in front of you are the number of sewer lateral inspection notification letters that were sent out by staff on any given year. As a reminder, our staff send out letters to property owners through either the commercial scheduled program or to residential property owners if we've observed a defect such as in the picture in front of you through our condition assessment program, or if the property's experienced a sewer lateral or private sewer lateral discharge or private spill, or if they've come in for a development of adding 400 square feet or more to their property, and repairing a lateral such as this one would be a condition of their building permit moving forward. So in 2019, we issued 896 letters to property owners, our highest year yet. We also had 392 lateral connections, or what we commonly refer to as the Y, replaced in order to make sure that it's a structural and structural seal to the sewer main and prevents these roots or any kind of infiltration from coming in at that connection. And we also required 537 laterals to be repaired, or at least have one repair or replacement on that lateral. And when I talk about our capital program in a few seconds, 537 laterals out of our 25,000 laterals we have in the system constitutes about 2% of our overall program for renewal. I also want to end the slide with noting that our staff recognize the tremendous investment by the community for their private infrastructure. And it's starting to really help us reduce our private sewer lateral discharges, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And we recognize that the economic impacts that this poses to many people. But we hope that by understanding the condition of the sewer lateral prior to making the decision whether to just continue cleaning it or actually making the investment to replace it will help prevent ongoing costs for our property owners as well. Next slide. So the last two programs that are included in our annual report to channel keepers and that are really important for the overall status of our collection system are our condition assessment and our capital improvement program. Next slide. Our condition assessment program, also known as our closed circuit television program, inspects the inside of the sewer main in order to tell us a lot more information about the sewer main, such as the structural condition and any other maintenance issues. The city uses a nationally recognized pipeline assessment certification standard program developed by the National Association of Sanitary Sewer Companies to intended to document the condition both from a structural and maintenance of the sewer main. Each defect is observed in the pipe is given a score from 0 to 5, 5 being a severe bad defect, 0 might be just an observation that was noted by the operator. Structural grade 5 defects are the worst and need to be fixed in a timely manner. Last year, we had 5.8 miles of our closed circuit television data come back with at least one grade 5 defect on that pipe, indicating that that pipe is in a failure mode already. These standards are critical for our staff for prioritizing our capital improvement program and stretching our capital budget further. We want to get as much bang for our buck in order to help reduce the ongoing maintenance necessary for that main, but also renew that pipe when the right time arises. Next slide. Okay, so the consent decree over the last several years has required 3.56 miles of pipeline renewal. And you might notice that that 3.56 miles is in excess of the 1% charter goal set out, which would be 2.56 miles of our system. The yellow line shows you the average since the beginning of the consent decree. And we've been making a significant investment in our infrastructure at around 4.76 miles per year in order to help not only improve the structural condition of that pipe, but also reduce the likelihood of any roots or any other maintenance issues coming back on that pipe. And that allows our staff to get to other mains that might need our attention that we aren't able to rehabilitate or renew that year. By focusing on the long-term investment in our capital improvement plan, we really hope that it will help us extend our operating dollars further and allow our staff to continue minimizing spills in the collection system for many years to come. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Mrs. Flessy to carry on with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rare. Next slide, please. This is a brief history of how we have split up our operations and capital improvement monies over the years. I would like to take this opportunity to provide clarity to the council agenda report that was provided. In the staff report, which was unfortunately written 5 weeks ago, at that time, we were asked to look at the budget and assume no rate increases to be considered. The report mistakenly states that no impacts to the sanitary sewer overflow capital line will occur with a 0 or reduction of sewer rates. This is simply not true. The SSO capital program will be significantly impacted with any reduction of rate increase not already approved. Last year in our budget process, we had approved 5% rate increases for 2020 21, and 22. This slide is important because it demonstrates that what it would look like if we did not move forward with an already approved 5% rate increase, and how the limited capital resources has the potential to directly impact the amount of spills in the community. If we reduce the amount of funding in the capital program as we did in 2012 by roughly $1 million, or 2013, sorry, by roughly $1 million, we will see the impact in the following 2 years, which is in 14 and 15, where we had significantly more spills. What this also shows is how long it takes the city to recover, roughly about 5 to 7 years from that loss. Reducing the operations and capital programs has a direct risk to potential increased sewer spills in the future. The program is only as successful as a whole and not as individual parts. What that means, if we cut from the capital program, that has a significant and direct hit on the operations and cleaning programs that support this capital program. If we do not move forward with the approved rate increases, this will have an influence in our ability to continue to reduce the amount of public spills. It should be noted that our goal is to have 0 spills and not to violate our permit. We need to move the collection system into a proactive program rather than a reactive program. We do that by paying for rehabilitating the existing pipe, which is our existing capital program, this year, in hopes to reduce the risk for paying for overtime in spill response, property damage, and permit fees in the next coming years, which would probably be in the 22 or 23 timeframe. It's a large investment in our community, but one that will keep the community environment healthy and safe. Next slide, please. I would quickly like to touch on some significant improvements we had made to our public outreach in both our SLIP program and the collection system as a whole. Hopefully you've seen some of them. The SLIP program is a significant partner to the collection system in being successful. Everything we learn through our collection system, we try to pass on to the public through SLIP. Last year, we focused the public outreach portion of this program. We revamped the SLIP letters that the public receives. We have offered one-on-one meetings. We have provided presentations to organizations and community outreach. We have provided different repair options to the community, and we have reorganized our website to provide contact and additional information. And we've also provided both English and Spanish in all of these aspects. We plan on revising the SLIP program even more in light of COVID-19 pandemic and how we can help our customers during this time. We should be back at Water Commission in June with these kind of proposals. Next slide, please. In 2019, not only did we manage to meet the consent decree requirements, I'm extremely honored to present the 2019 CWEA Tri-County Medium-Sized Collection System Team of the Year. If you notice in the background of Mr. Rare's office, that is not a golf trophy. That is the 2019 Collection Team of the Year award for the Tri-Counties. I'm also excited to let you know that we also won the Medium-Sized Collection System Team of the Year for the entire state. Unfortunately, we have not received that award just yet because the conference was postponed due to COVID-19. But I'm hoping to come back to council later in the year when we do receive the award so we can properly honor the men and women on the team that continuously come to work and are ready to respond no matter the emergency, whether it's COVID-19, earthquakes, mudslides, fires, or flood. The wastewater team responds with all other first responders. Wastewater cannot go down. Protecting the community and the environment is our top priority. Next slide, please. So what is the future of the collection system? The main difference now that we are out of the consent decree is to move this program to a fiscal year basis rather than a calendar year basis. What does that mean? All that means is that you'll see this presentation in September and October instead of the April-May time period. What else is in the future? Data, data, data. Data is king. How can we get more data? The more data we have, the decisions we can make on how to provide the most efficient and effective service we can provide to, will help us determine the most efficient and effective service we can provide to our ratepayers. Our next biggest hurdles to jump is determining whether the software will help us to become more efficient and effective. We want to work smarter, not harder. Next is to share our knowledge with the community. With the COVID-19, we have already upped our game with our public outreach. Continuing our efforts on that, we have also learned a great amount over the past 10 years, and being able to share that with our community is a goal of our SLIP program. So hopefully you've seen our What to Flush kind of outings, our wipes, clogs, pipes, and lateral maintenance ownerships. We've been trying to hit these public outreach in different varieties. Finally, coordinating with our other public works projects and departments within the city. Coordination will be key to make sure we do not mismanage precious resources, but we also really try to minimize the disruption to businesses. Business is going to be hard for the next few years, so being able to be coordinated will go a long way in helping our partners in the community. Next slide, please. So with that, Brad and I are here with any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for Ms. Flessy or Mr. Rare from the City Council? Go ahead, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just quickly, well, first of all, congratulations. It's wastewater collection rewards, fantastic. And I just want to echo the sentiment of our water and wastewater staff as first responders and have been so excellent through this. Can you, with the SLIP, so you've done all this, and thank you for all of this progress in outreach and in education, and then in the wastewater rates, tying back to that, could you explain for the public that that's real services that cost money that those rates go to, that if we don't increase the rates, what the impacts would be for ratepayers, like what impacts that they would see? I think it's to emphasize that it's tied to actual services.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Murillo, Council Member Sneddon. So the actual services would be, if we did not get those rate increases, we would reduce our capital improvement programs and all of the rehabilitation and the cleaning and CCTVing and the notifications that we provide to the community. So as Mr. Rare stated, we had 4 spills in 2019, which is a tremendous effort on our part to get there. However, it's still not 0 spills. There are a lot of other communities that have a 0 spill, and that not having that investment in our community would really jeopardize and put us at risk at encountering more spills, thus opening up to different types of contaminants in the environment.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You gave such a thorough presentation. And Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to confirm with staff that I believe is right, that when we're talking about private laterals and private property versus what happens out in our mains, even a backup and a SSO at a clean out on private property, or technically a backup into the house, that also qualifies as a spill. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Jordan, that is absolutely correct. So we categorize our spills into 2 different spills. SSOs is the sanitary sewer overflow. So that's the ones that happen on the public side. But then there's also PLSD, and that's the private lateral sewer spills that we that we go ahead and report to the Water Quality Control Board when that happens.
Correct. That was part of my point. They're both reportable, whether They happen on private property or on public property, and that's part of our challenge, is to make sure that we're actually preventing them on private property just as much as public property, right?
Correct. Yes, they're both violations. And that's why we see the SLIP as a partner with us in this collection system program. And so we work with our customers as much as possible.
Okay. I just have a comment, Madam Mayor. Do you want me to get it off my chest?
Let's see if we have public comment on this item.
Very
Ms.
well.
Clerk? Thanks.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Council. We have two public commenters on this. We have Kira Redmond and then Hillary Hauser. If there's anyone else, any members of the public who are on who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Ms. Redmond, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Kira Redmond from Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment on the city's 2019 wastewater collection system annual report. We have reviewed the report and we're very pleased that the city met the 2019 sewage spill reduction performance standard laid out in our consent decree and had only 4 spills, the lowest number we've seen in 20 years. While 1 spill is still too many in Channel Keeper's view, this is a very low number compared to where we were 10 years ago when we first initiated legal action against the city, and a 90% reduction from the 42 spills we saw in 2009. This translates directly into less pollution in our creeks, beaches, and oceans. As noted earlier, our 8-year-long settlement agreement with the city officially terminated on March 31st, 2020, and Channel Keeper is very pleased and impressed with the progress made over that time. By my count, the city has invested nearly $49 million since 2012 to improve its spill response and reporting protocols, enhance sewer pipe inspection and cleaning efforts, and repair or replace 39 miles of sewer pipe, including 10 miles of pipes that were identified as having a high risk of leaking to storm drains, creeks, and the ocean. Channel Keeper applauds the city for this excellent effort and progress. Although our consent decree is now terminated, Channel Keeper hopes that this more ambitious and proactive approach will continue, as we believe the city needs to continue to upgrade its infrastructure faster than the pre-settlement policy or charter goal of repairing only 1% of the system per year, if the city is to succeed in addressing the problems that will continue to occur given the age and condition of the system. As was noted earlier, of the nearly 27 miles of pipes that were inspected via CCTV in 2019, 59% had a PACP score of 5 or 4, indicating immediate failure is likely or severe defects. And that proves that much of the city's system is still in an advanced state of deterioration. Channel Keeper will be tracking upcoming public works budget hearings and urging you to allocate sufficient funding to continue with the same level of effort as was undertaken under the CD to maintain and upgrade pipes and prevent spills moving forward. And we will also continue to track the number of spills moving forward as each spill is a violation of the Clean Water Act. We also note the recent uptick in problems detected in the network of privately owned sewer laterals underlying the city. And the laterals that are old, poorly maintained, or damaged can cause blockages and spills, both in the laterals as well as in the city-owned sewer mains. So if the city is to continue its good progress toward reducing spills that it is responsible and liable for, the problem of failing laterals will need to be addressed. And we know your staff is working hard to better address this issue. And we will continue to provide our support and assistance to help however we can, including by doing outreach to our constituents about the responsibility and importance of inspecting and maintaining private laterals in good condition. I know you'll be looking at funding for the SLIP during your upcoming budget hearings as well, and I urge you to allocate sufficient resources to support a robust program that can effectively tackle this problem as well. In conclusion, Channel Keeper commends the city for its success over these past 8 years in reducing spills, which pollute our water, threaten public health, and harm aquatic life and our tourist economy. And we encourage you to continue your heightened investment in maintaining this critical infrastructure to keep ahead of its deterioration. Thank you, and we look forward to working with the city towards cleaner beaches and creeks.
Okay, very good. We'll go to the next speaker, and everyone has 3 minutes. Please try to stick to the time.
Our next speaker is Hillary Hauser, and if there's anyone else who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Ms. Hauser, please go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I'm just poking buttons. This is Hillary Hauser, Heal the Ocean, and listening to your report, I just want to echo the congratulations from that Kira Redmond, Channel Keeper, just said, and also to, I mean, this has been a lot of work you've done, and Heal the Ocean is totally committed to helping raise public awareness of the importance of a wastewater system, that's stainless steel beautiful, and we commit ourselves to public education about that importance and the need to have raised rates from time to time to pay for it. I've suggested that the wastewater rate be separated from the water bill and the other bills so that people really see what they're paying. It's a very low price, actually, for something so important. I salute the city for everything it's doing to carry on with wastewater treatment because the challenges will be there always. So thank you very much.
Okay. Any other speaker? Ms. Gorman?
No, Madam Mayor, no further speakers on this item.
So we'll close public comment, and Mr. Jordan, you can start off making comment. This report was for information only. We don't really need a motion, but we're happy to hear your thoughts. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just also wanted to congratulate staff on the strides they've made, both within what they presented today and in particular in the resources and outreach they've provided for the SLIP program. That continues, in my world, to be one of the greatest misunderstood and then contentious items, because it usually comes up with a big bill at some point in time, and you have to address both issues, both the lack of education, lack of the real reasoning, and a large ticket repair. The city also now, I believe, has a contract process in place that supports homeowners and caps the replacement cost, does the contracting based on the conditions in the field, and attempts to be not just an educator, but a resource into helping with that process. I think it's also important too that groups like we heard at public comment, in addition to holding the city's feet to the fire, also take a real responsibility towards being a resource and an assistance to community members also. Their role should not just be as an oversight role to the city, but they should also play an active hands-on role at the neighborhood level into explaining, helping support the ways to get this resolved. But happy to see the path it's going, and congratulations to everybody. Thanks.
Any other comment from our city council members? Then I'll close by congratulating you on the recognition from the California Water Environment Association. That looks like a pretty big trophy, impressive. Also, I like the reminder of no wipes flushed in the toilet, and very important that no one puts cooking grease down their drain either. So I'll just throw those two things in there. Ms. Flessy, Mr. Rare, thank you so much. Public Works, thank you. We'll close this item. We'll move on to the next one and get it started, but we will take a break around 4 o'clock. When we have this virtual format, people need to take a break every couple of hours. So Ms. Gorman, what's the next item, please?
Our next item is number 7, temporary eviction moratorium ordinance number 5941, discussion of alternatives and possible action on extension and payback terms. And I'll read the recommendation. Recommendation that council provide direction on the possible extension and deferred rent payback terms, ordinance number 5941, an uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, enacting a temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent by residential and commercial tenants who have been harmed financially as a result of COVID-19.
Thank you. Mr. Kalan, are you ready to go?
I am, Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you. Mr. Four, if you'll advance the slides, we can get going. Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, you'll recall that when we started down this path of addressing the COVID-19 pandemic in March, now about 9 weeks ago, one of the first actions the council took was to enact a temporary eviction moratorium ordinance. Today, we need to discuss how and when that ordinance will wrap up or wind down. And secondly, how, when, and actually whether the council wishes to state a payback period for the rents that have and will be deferred. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, 9 weeks ago, the county declared a local emergency, and shortly thereafter, and I apologize, that March 16th date is incorrect. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Casey approved a local emergency resolution. Next slide, please. On March 17th, the council ratified Mr. Casey's action and likewise directed us to prepare the emergency moratorium ordinance. Next slide. The following week on the 24th, the council enacted the ordinance, and at the same time, the council set today as the date to consider expiration and deferred rent repayment terms. Next slide, please. The last action I want to discuss is the governor's action on March 27th. The council may recall that a few days after it enacted our local temporary eviction moratorium, the governor acted to create what he characterized as an eviction moratorium. That order has been very widely criticized by tenant advocates because all it does is delay by 60 days the execution of eviction processes that are commenced during the period after March 27th. So the council's ordinance is different in that it prevents or attempts to prevent the filing of any eviction action during the moratorium period. Next slide. So going back to March 24th, and to remind the council, what your ordinance does is allow residential and commercial tenants to send a notice to their property owner within 20 days of the date the rent is due and identify substantial hardships related to COVID-19 that make them unable to pay rent. Next slide. And you'll recall that the standards, which were largely modeled on the governor's language, was a significant change to household financial condition for residential tenants and emergency commercial conditions for commercial tenants. Next slide. So today's questions, as I said, relate to expiration and the payback period. Next slide. On expiration, the governor's order is currently slated to expire on May 31, 2020. Council will recall that the importance of the governor's order was that it lifted any state law preemption of the city's ability to regulate eviction notices. In other words, without the governor's order, the city does not have the power to enact or enforce the temporary eviction moratorium. We don't know whether the governor is going to extend his order beyond May 31, but it might be. Next slide, please. Based on those facts, there are a couple of alternatives available to the City Council. Should the council decide not to take action, the temporary moratorium will expire on May 31, even if the governor extends his orders. An alternative would be to amend the existing temporary moratorium so that it expires at the same time as the governor's order, whether that's May 31st or at a later time. Next slide. Let's talk about the payback period. Many of the cities had included 6-month payback period, and I say many, San Francisco and Santa Monica that we had looked at ahead of the council's March 17th meeting included 6-month payback periods. During council's deliberation on March 24th, council expressed two kinds of concerns different for residential and commercial tenants. For commercial tenants, the council was concerned based on testimony received that specifying a payback period would stifle the ability of property owners and commercial tenants to work out different terms that might even be more favorable than a 6-month payback period. With respect to residential tenants, the council was concerned that giving 6 months to pay back 2 months of deferred rent, the April and May deferred rent payments, would in effect be a 33% rent hike. That concern has been echoed in legislation introduced in the state Senate, but it has not progressed, that legislation has not progressed in a way that suggests we can bank on it. The state's approach seems to be to attempt to fund the deferred rents around the state and then have tenants paying the state back. Given the massive state deficit that has been created by COVID-19, it seems that legislation requiring appropriations is going to have a hard time this year, but we'll find out. Next slide. So the payback alternatives are fairly straightforward. If the council does nothing, then on June 1st, as we noted on March 24th, the 2 months deferred rent will be immediately due and payable. If the governor has not extended his order, those rents will be owed. Now, I should mention at this point that I cannot say with certainty that eviction proceedings can commence on June 1st. The reason being that our local trial court, the Santa Barbara County Superior Court, has issued orders that are limiting the issuance of summonses in an unlawful detainer case. A summons is the document you serve upon the tenant you're evicting. The court is not issuing those summons except in extraordinary situations where there's a health and safety issue involved. So even after May 31st, the current court order appears to be in effect. I would caution the council, though, about relying on either the governor or the courts, because those orders might change at any time. So when we look at the options or alternatives, the first would be to do nothing. That would mean rents are immediately due and payable on June 1st. And there may be eviction consequences from that. Secondly, the council could take action to specify a minimum or a maximum payback period or both. By minimum and maximum, I mean, for example, a bracketed period of time where, for example, the tenant would have a minimum of, say, 6 months to pay back, but as long as 12 months, the landlord would be empowered to offer other kinds of concessions to shorten the payback period from 12 months to something between 6 and 12 months. So that's one option. The last bullet on this slide, take action to specify a minimum and or maximum payback period with mandatory mediation if requested by the tenant, is referenced in the staff report. That is a recommendation from your rental housing mediation staff. Next slide. So in conclusion, the council should address two issues today, which will result in our office bringing back a revised ordinance for action next week. Those two issues are whether to allow the ordinance to expire May 31st or whether to tie its expiration to the governor's order. And secondly, whether to specify a payback period. If the council does not choose to specify a payback period, the deferred rents will be due and payable June 1st. I am happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Very good. Well, let me start with the recommendation from our rental housing mediation program. So if you could go back to that slide, just the very last one. So the last bullet point, take action to specify a minimum and or maximum payback with a mandatory mediation if requested by the tenant. Can it be requested by the tenant or the landlord?
Certainly, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I was thinking of that when I saw that. It would be fair if either one requested mediation. And so if we waited until the governor made a move, that would be prudent because then we wouldn't get ahead of him and we would be able to just incorporate his order into what we're doing. Is that the benefit of that? Mr. Kahlon?
Yes, I'm thinking, Madam Mayor, the benefit of deferring action on the deadline would be that you would have facts about whether the governor is going to act or not. Right now we're guessing. So the choice to have it end May 31 or to peg it to whenever the governor's order expires is guesswork. And so your approach that you're suggesting, Mayor, or that you're raising would avoid putting your decision at the mercy of the governor's actions. But again, we have that May 31 hard deadline unless the governor acts.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify, I'm now a little bit confused. When we're talking about deferring action until the governor, so we mean extending this so that it's coterminous with the governor's action. That's the same thing as deferring until his action. I'm getting a little bit confused by the language we're using.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I don't think they're the same thing.
Okay.
I think the question the mayor asked was whether there was anything to be gained from the council delaying a decision on the deadline. And I don't believe there really is.
Okay.
So the coterminous is the suggestion in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. So I just have a couple of questions. Thank you so much for this really clear presentation, Mr. Kahlon. If the council were to be supportive of making this action coterminous, and so therefore it continues, I'm wondering if we have any capacity today to make some slight adjustments to the substance of our order. I've heard from a lot of constituents that they feel that it's a bit of a burden to communicate in writing and written form, like letter form. And I've noticed a lot of other jurisdictions have texting as an option because that's a primary mode of communication between many landlords and tenants. So if the council so chooses to make this coterminous and it's continuing in place, could we add texting to one of the options for landlord-tenant communication?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, yes, today I structured the agenda so that you would give us direction, and I'll bring back a package next week for your action.
Awesome. So that's not illegal for some reason. That's something we could do if we so choose.
I've tried to anticipate by allowing time for the council to fully deliberate this.
Awesome. Thank you. And then I want to just move to the payback period because I have a couple of questions. Do we need to, I think we talked about this last time, but it's just, I don't remember. Is it important that we have a payback period for both commercial tenants and residential tenants, or is it just residential? I couldn't quite tell. Do we need to set this for both categories of tenants?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I really think that's within your legislative wisdom. So if you don't, there is a payback period. It's 1 day. It's
Right.
June 1st. So it's your choice how we handle that. Let me elaborate just slightly. On March 24th, you took very careful action to document that a debt has been created that is enforceable by the property owners. So their interest is protected under your March 24th action. The question, as I framed it in March, was whether a payback period would facilitate the repayment and protection of tenants.
Okay, that makes sense. On the minimum and maximum suggestion, I'm hoping you could just elaborate on that for me a little bit more. So, and just sort of play it out. If we set a bracket, what that's saying to a landlord is the tenant has this maximum amount, let's say 12 months. And if you want that money sooner, you're going to have to negotiate with your tenant to come up with some mutually agreeable arrangement. Otherwise, every tenant would have this 12 months. Is that understanding correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, yes, I was trying to respect the concepts expressed by the council in March that, to the extent possible, allowing tenants and owners to work it out themselves is a good thing.
No, I think it's a very artful solution, really. And then my final question, I know many of us expressed concerns last time around about the impacts of this on folks, homeowners' ability to pay their mortgage. And I know a lot of us were talking about how we were hoping that some mortgage forbearance or mortgage relief was going to be coming down from the state. And I'm wondering if you could, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this question of you in advance, but do you have any insight for us about, the governor has made an order to that effect. Could you speak to that quickly?
Only in a limited way. There may be legislation to try and fund true mortgage relief for property owners. Right now, my visibility is highly tainted by the city's own financial situation. Many of us believe that after this first wave of job loss, we will see many months down the road in the economy the second wave that follows. So I'm not confident that the state will find any money to assist property owners.
Oh, I was talking about mortgage deferrals. So just the governor's order and negotiation. Yeah.
It's out there. I don't know how well that's working. I do know that many lenders are offering relief in some form, but I'm not able to report to you this week. I can next week on whether there are options out there. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I think that would be really helpful. And I know there are many, many banks, and all state chartered banks actually are offering mortgage forbearance. So that might be helpful information. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Well, that's good to hear, Ms. Harmon. Thanks. Mr. Jordan and then Mr. Friedman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Colon, on the term, one of the terms you're using now, if it's coterminant, so nothing happens and the order expires on the 31st. Are we still able legally to do a local payback requirement ordinance?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I believe so. The part of state law that the governor's order preempted, or excuse me, that the governor's order suspended preemption on is the part that deals with the form and timing of notices of eviction. There is nothing in state law that affects our ability to spell out the payback period. And while I want to be very cautious in saying it, not to give the wrong message, analytically, the payback period is kind of like rent control. So it's within the council's power. It's specifying the timing of the repayment.
So if
you have the power even.
Okay. But if the order expires, which has to do with an allowance for us to restrict evictions, and we were interested in a payback period, is there still the threat of an eviction even though we're mandating a payback period?
Yes, if there was a new non-payment event after the payback period began, and there is no state or local law to prevent it, an eviction could be commenced.
Okay, and then when you talk about these periods, whether it's 6 months or a year, are you thinking that means if I owe a couple months, I have 12 months to make a balloon payment at the end of that time? Or is it presumed I would be paying back 1/12 every month?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, the March 24th draft required a monthly payment schedule.
Okay. But
And that was intentional for the benefit of property owners and tenants so that we wouldn't have that balloon payment situation.
I've been on, and are you interpreting that as equal payments over a period of time, or?
It's purely up to the council, Councilmember Jordan, but that would be what I recommend if you don't tell me otherwise.
Okay, and then if it's, as we're going down to this period towards the 31st, if there's other actions that we would look at because we think of other things on the 19th or the 26th, is that action effective immediately, or does that action have to wait a week to be effective?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, it will be effective immediately provided the city clerk's vocal cords hold out.
And then I've read about the concept of moving overdue rent from tenancy court to civil court. Can you tell me if that can be done locally, what the pros and cons are?
Well, we have done it. We have created a cause of action that can be enforced outside of an unlawful detainer in the temporary ordinance. If there is public comment that is concerned about that, we can make that even clearer. However, we have also set up the ordinance so that it creates a debt enforceable through unlawful detainer if a owner wants. So it's possible that an owner might go to court to recover the back rent without trying to evict the tenant.
Which would frankly be better than evicting the tenant and chasing the money, right?
Well, without knowing it, we left that in the March ordinance as a flexible option for the owners, frankly.
Okay, then I imagine you're also going to have the same answer about mortgage protection on what I've been reading about renter or tenant grants available from the state. Same issue, that like take it with a grain of salt because it's a nice talk, but there's really no money there either.
Right. The latest, Senator Bradford has one that has a 10-year payback period proposed. I have no way to predict, and so I can't ask the council to rely on the prospect of state legislation. We are geared up, however, to come to you on really very, very short notice between now and the end of the month if something does break.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In regards to the bracketing terms of the minimum 6 or the maximum a year, if there was an agreement, it's to facilitate some type of arrangement, I think, as I understand it. If there was something where they were able to go less than 6 months, but come to some type of an agreement, would they be able to? Or is the 6 month the absolute limit, even if they came to an agreement that there was a way to do a payback in 3 months?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, it would be simple to allow an agreement to reduce the period below 6 months if that's what the council wants to do.
Okay, but as it stands
So
now in
the-
the recommendation, if we went with the recommendation now, 6 months would be the minimum. There couldn't be an option for a 3 month.
No, I've avoided giving you any recommendation on the time period. So all the recommendation is that you consider a bracket because it allows for some flexibility in the dealings between the owner and tenant.
Okay. And then just related to the courts, you and I had talked about that issue. And thank you for clarifying the issue of the court, the moratorium that they had on the unlawful detainers. Is that just our local court that has taken action, or is there if to the extent that you know, a statewide directive or from the courts? I had information that said that there's that the policy now is 90 days after the emergency is lifted. So say it was lifted June 1st, then it would be 90 days. Do you have any information on that, either at a statewide level or a local level?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, the governor issued an order relating to eviction enforcement by sheriffs and by the courts. And it's very similar to the trial court order that I mentioned from our own Superior Court. So there is some overlapping protection, but again, both those orders live and die at the stroke of a pen from the Chief Justice or presiding judge here or the governor.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify for the public now that there are these out there. So to get that information, either through legal aid or the rental housing mediation, either they could change, and it's something for us to consider that these are out there, although they could change in our deliberations. But that's my questions for now. Thank you.
Ms. Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe this is out of our jurisdiction, but Mr. Kalan, if you could comment on what happens to a tenant's credit rating during this period of time. So they're protected from eviction, but can a property owner still report the tenant to credit bureaus for non-payment? And does that affect their rating? And is there anything that we as a city have jurisdiction over with that?
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, I really don't know the answer to that. I do know that under our ordinance, the debt is not overdue at this point and will not be overdue until after the moratorium expires and the repayment period expires.
Thank you. So then at this point, if we make no change, that June 1st date, it becomes past due on that date, the previous.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before we go to public comment? Stand by, Mr. Kalan. Ms. Clerk, are there any callers that want to make a comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have several people who have raised their hand to speak on this item. Additionally, if other people have called in and do wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. If you have trouble doing that, if you can send me a message within the GoToWebinar app, I can also call on you. Okay, I'm going to list out the names of some speakers here. Let's see. Anna Marie Gott, Betty Jeppesen, Brad Smith, Dora Maria Perez, and then we'll do some more names after that. Our first speaker then is Anna Marie Gott. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. So you have a really hard choice today. And I think that no matter what choice you make, it's probably going to be the wrong one. And the reason I say that is because the policies that the government has right now and what's going through the legislative process just is not adequate for this pandemic. We absolutely need mortgage deferrals, and the city should be writing letters, not only to our senators, but to the governor, regarding very specific recommendations that really need to get passed immediately. Governor Newsom and some other governors got together and asked for $1 trillion yesterday from the federal government. And we should be doing everything that we can to lobby those that are influential enough to actually ensure that these mortgage deferrals happen, that our renters are not kicked out on the street, because that's what is going to happen. And I don't think that you have the power really to do much other than trying to pass the most generous, lax policy that you can for renters right now. That is who you should be focusing on, because those are the majority of your constituents. Those are the people that don't have jobs right now. And those are the individuals that need your support. I would really also recommend that you put more money toward increasing outreach, especially in the Hispanic community, regarding every service and ordinance and state law that anyone has to be able to prevent an eviction. And I think the city needs to actually stop focusing on government giveaways to businesses that are focused in tourism, because we don't need tourism jobs and low wage jobs. What we need are public policies that focus on cultivating skilled labor and higher wage jobs. But the city of Santa Barbara seems to focus only on the development of low wage tourism jobs, which don't help the residents of the city. And especially when you're looking at up to a 30% unemployment rate, and the vast majority of this unemployment coming from tourism and low wage jobs. It's just not a great long-term policy for the city. Specify the longest payback, specify the most relaxed ordinance for any of our renters. That's what you guys should be fighting for today. And you should really focus on trying to sway the legislature and the next bailouts that are going to be happening.
Thanks. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ana Rosa Rizzo Centino, then Betty Jeppesen, then Brad Smith. Ana Rosa, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Speaking on behalf of La Casa de la Raza as board president, over the last few years, we have lost 40% of the Chicanx Latinx community as far as Santa Barbara. And if we don't do something right now to make sure that people are able to hold on and survive and not have to pay their rent on June 1st, when it is impossible for many of our community to be able to do so, this is simply a lifeline. I would urge you to not see this as politics. It is a lifeline so that our community who have been disenfranchised for years can stay here. So thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thanks. More speakers?
Our next speaker is Betty Jeppesen. After Betty Jeppesen, Brad Smith, Dora Maria Perez, Heather Hagen, and Isabella Restrepo. Betty Jeppesen, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Betty Jeppesen, and I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association. I'm speaking today against the extension of Local Ordinance 5941 and urging instead an implementation of a renter's assistance program. As of May 11th, 2020, yesterday, local communities across California have been given federal grants, not state grants, that serve as an immediate source of rent for low and moderate income renters who are undergoing immense financial pressure amid this global health pandemic. Recently, U.S. Housing and Urban Development Department, HUD, issued COVID-19 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, as part of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, CARES Act, to multiple cities and counties that are home to millions of California renters. HUD entitlement cities and counties can use the COVID-19 CDBG funds to help low and moderate income households pay up to 3 months' rent. In addition, California received $19 million from HUD for non-entitlement, that is, smaller cities and counties. Also under the CARES Act, the usual 15% limitation for use of such funds for services has been waived. Cities and counties may reprogram existing CDBG funds for renter assistance. I quote Jack Schwartz, legislative chair for the California Rental Housing Association, CalRHA, who stated yesterday, the new federal funding is an opportunity to provide renter relief during this crisis and ease the financial strain for both renters and rental property owners who rely on rents to pay their operating and maintenance costs. We encourage local cities and counties to quickly act to use these funds as rental assistance because financial support is immediately needed for millions of Californians. Helping renters pay their rent now will help keep Californians sheltered in place. So I urge you to implement a renters assistance program using these funds available now, rather than extend the time for renters to pay their housing providers their rent. Thank you.
Great. More speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is Brad Smith. After Mr. Smith, Dora Maria Perez, Heather Hagen, Isabella Restrepo, Maggie Burke, Matt Lowe, Patrick Fleming. Okay, Mr. Smith, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
That
City
was
Council.
totally my fault. I'm sorry. I meant to turn
Oh.
myself off and I turned you off, Mr. Smith.
Okay, start all over again?
We'll restart you. My apologies to everybody. Please go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Murillo, City Council, Mr. Kalan, my name is Brad Smith. I sent an email to all of you yesterday. I'll start by saying, responding to the last person, I would say all of the above. So I would like to know if the city has applied for such HUD grants. And I think that it sounds like a good thing, but I wouldn't say instead of supporting tenants. The main point I would like to get to relates to protections against landlord harassment. And I won't go into my own story. I sent that in an email I've heard back from some of you, and I've spoken to the city attorney's office. I want to encourage extending eviction the moratorium. And I'd like to suggest another thing. If there's some kind of protection, in my case, I tried to negotiate the rent and then I got harassed, and it's a very serious harassment. And I'll go into that in a moment without going into the story, but the general thing. If there could be an extension of our leases, of our rentals, so that even, at least if we can pay it, that we're not like going to be pushed out because we tried to negotiate. So we could pass this on to Mr. Kalan, but can we, extend rentals for a year by, if we're able to pay our rent. Right now, it seems like there's no incentive, not a lot of incentive for landlords to negotiate rent. I'm certainly running into that myself. Now, to get back to the harassment issue, I had I'm not going to go to the story, but my landlord, in the words of, did a home invasion, and that was the words of the legal aid, Alex Lambros. And I just spoke to Alex Lambros, who some of you know, just a little while ago, and he told me this is common. He's had like 25 of these already. So he said I could use his name. You guys can check with him. But landlords are really, this is a big problem right now. I thought it was just me, but maybe some others might be doing it. So he suggested that if the idea that the city could give some teeth, it wasn't his word teeth, but give some kind of ordinance that allows the city attorney and the police to, take action. So we do have apparently a serious problem, not just in my own case, with landlords using this to harass tenants who are trying to work with the landlords. So I'd like to ask for something to be done about that. So I think that's my points. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Our next speaker is Heather Hagan. After Heather Hagan, Isabella Restrepo and Maggie Burke. Ms. Hagan, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Hagan. I'm here to voice my support for the extension of ordinance number 5941. However, I also want to say I don't think this ordinance goes anywhere near far enough to protect renters. I would urge the council to work to do everything it can to pass rent forgiveness. And that's all.
Okay, our next speaker is Donna Maria Perez, then Isabella Restrepo. Donna Maria Perez, please go ahead. Sorry, Dora Maria Perez. I think we can come back to Ms. Perez. Let's go to Isabella Restrepo. Isabella, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Murillo and Council. My name is Isabella Restrepo. I'm a Santa Barbara renter and a doctoral candidate at UCSB. I strongly encourage the Council to extend the eviction moratorium, but I also want to comment that this moratorium falls incredibly short. We need rent forgiveness. It's incredibly inhumane to expect renters to spend their stimulus checks on rent when we have food and medicine for our families that we have to worry about. We absolutely need mortgage suspension, but if that doesn't happen, the burden of bailing out landlords should not be placed on the shoulders of renters. I very strongly encourage the extension of the eviction moratorium. In fact, council should be advocating for rent and mortgage cancellation during the pandemic. I encourage landlords to organize for mortgage suspension instead of organizing against their tenants, and I strongly urge City Council to protect their constituents and to do their utmost to ensure working class people of color are not further pushed out of the city. Thank you.
Thanks. More speakers?
Our next speaker is Maggie Burke, then Matt Lowe, Patrick Fleming, and then we'll come back to Dora Maria Perez. Maggie Burke, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maggie Burke, and I'm here to voice my support for the extension of the ordinance. Like the previous speaker, I also agree that it doesn't go nearly far enough and that we need a rent and mortgage freeze or forgiveness like immediately. Some folks may be able to pay their rent right now, but that could change at any moment. I'm a teacher, and given the new dynamics of distance learning, I might not have a job. So it's really an issue that all of us should care about. And yeah, like charitable donations are not enough. What we need is solidarity. And we can do that by doing it together and listening to the voice of the people. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Matt Lowe, then Patrick Fleming, then Dora Maria Perez. Also, Jim Cannell had his hand raised earlier. I believe he wishes to speak on this item also. Okay, Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to raise support for 5941 in support of the ordinance, and I'm speaking on behalf of Santa Barbara Tenants Council today in support of this ordinance. And we believe the ordinance really needs to reflect the state of the times, and this ordinance, as stated, needs to go to supporting our tenants and protecting them and having secure housing, as we are required to stay in right now. And in the future, the evictions will increase as the economic status of our community becomes more and more in tension and just unease. And so we support this ordinance and the forgiveness of rents for our renters and our tenants, so that way we can have secure and affordable housing that is safe, and that we can continue to move forward and raise awareness of our rights for our tenants in our community, and to let the property owners and managers know that their mortgages will be protected by the state, and that this moratorium will go to protect them as well too. So we support this moratorium, and we support the move to forgive the rents as of now. Thank you.
Very good. More speakers?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Fleming, then Dora Maria Perez. Mr. Fleming, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Fleming. I am a East Side resident, and I'm here to voice my support for the extension of Ordinance 5941. I believe that it is critical that the state or the city government steps forward early to ensure that people know that they will be safe in their homes. I mean, previous speakers have talked about harassment. Previous speakers have talked about going beyond this. I think we need to act quickly, and we need to ensure that people have confidence that they will be taken care of. I also just urge the mayor and the city council to say that this is a fantastic opportunity to stand up and show that you are governing for the people and rather than for business. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, our next speaker is Dora Maria Perez, then Gabriela O'Neill, then Jim Cannell. Ms. Perez, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm just representing Causa, and also I'm here calling, supporting the extended moratorium eviction. So now I would like to invite Major Cathy Murillo and each city council member to support this extended eviction. I just wanna share this experience from Estela Amezcua, who is 69 years old, and she got a 15 days letter eviction last week. She's a very, very worker people, and now she's very worried about to be evicted by her renter. And also I would like to say, Cathy Murillo, please support this extended moratorium eviction. We don't want more people homeless on the street. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Gabriela O'Neill and then Jim Cannell. Ms. O'Neill, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Oh, thank you, Ms. Cathy Murillo, Mayor, Council, and everyone else listening. I would like to share as a Santa Barbara born and raised person who has struggled to live here my entire life because of the unjust and unequal access to housing. So the current crisis we are seeing is not just because of COVID. It is something that has been existent and is now surfacing at a new level, which requires us to rise up and respond in a much more active and just honorable way. I want to quote Emiliano Zapata, who famously cheered Tierra y Libertad, which means land and freedom, specifically saying that those who work on the land should have the right to live on the land. And right now we are seeing that the working people of this city are being continuously forced out of being able to live here. We sustain this city and we make it what it is. And without us, we continue to create this really perverse, false oasis for very few, while so many suffer to just get food on the table and care for their children. So many people just work 3 jobs and don't have any time to just spend with their children. So right now we need a real response to not only address the current crisis, but the crisis that has been continuing to get worse. So I hope that we all recognize that it is our collective duty to support the working class of this city and come together right now for something much better than what is being delivered. And absolutely,
extend the moratorium and talk about rent forgiveness and not putting this rent on the back of the rent, or not putting this debt on the back of the renters and the working class. So thank you so much.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jim Cannell. If they're Lloyd Beardsmore, I know you were listed. We'll call on you next. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app or send me a message within the app. Okay, Mr. Cannell, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's interesting to hear all these comments, and I wanted to make a big distinction between the residential part of Santa Barbara as part of this ordinance and the commercial part of this ordinance. It's interesting that there wasn't anybody on the commercial side that you were hearing any stories from. And the reason being is that back in March when we made this, it was a difficult decision that you made to include both commercial and residential as part of this equation. During that time, a lot of our merchants, we were able to successfully negotiate an understanding, and at the same time, the government made available certain SBA loans called PPP, Payroll Protection Plan. A lot of our merchants took those dollars, and that was to put money back into circulation to pay salaries on businesses that are out of business, so that when they restart, that they have 8 weeks worth of income or dollars to pay those salaries. If you forestall the opening of Santa Barbara, which it doesn't look like anything under the governor's plan, we're a year away or 2 years away from getting to phase 4. And during that time, these merchants won't open. And if you don't allow and open up the city, the money that these merchants have borrowed will become payable. Originally, it was if you paid salaries, you would be forgiven that loan that you got if you paid salaries. If you don't pay salaries and it goes beyond 8 weeks, it becomes personal. You have to pay it back in 18 months. You are putting a burden by keeping the city closed. You are putting a burden on business owners and residents. Business owners can open and hire people, they can pay rent. So the problem is real simple, open up the city. But that's not an option under the governor's plan. But you can't have rent forgiveness without mortgage forgiveness. It doesn't, they're separate. They're two separate things, but at the same time, they need each other to work. And you're only looking at one side. If you want to make it balanced, take the commercial equation out of this ordinance. You don't need it. You don't hear the complaints. The commercial owners are rising to the occasion and making it work. So I would encourage you to separate the commercial from the residential, or open up the city and everything gets better.
Okay, time is up. Thanks so much. Ms. Clerk, one more.
One more and one more after that. Lloyd Beardsmore, and then we have Stanley Sankoff, and then Alejandra Melagosa. And if anybody else, and Linda Honickman. Okay, a couple more people. Let's do Lloyd Beardsmore.
Thank you. I've emailed all of you my suggestion for the tenant assistance grants. I would hope you would really look at those and try to make that happen. As far as rent forgiveness, that would be wonderful, but no one forgives a landlord's obligations. And as far as the working with the banks for our mortgages, that's not coming to fruition either. So it's a domino effect. So far, our tenants have been able to pay their rent, and we hope that that will continue. But I think we really need to look at a renter's assistance program that will help pay the rent for those that cannot. I think you're seeing the domino effect as far as people that aren't going to be able to be moving forward. So I really hope you look at that. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, our next speaker is Stanley Sackhoff, then Alejandra Melagosa, then Linda Honigman. All right, Stanley, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and members of the City Council. My name is Stanley Sackhoff, and I'm calling in as a board member of CAUSE, a staff member at the Fund for Santa Barbara, and as a resident of the city. And I'm calling in to support the extension of this ordinance for temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent, and hope that you'll consider extending the window when tenants can repay rent without interest. And I just think that a clear universal eviction moratorium that protects all renters is key to making sure that folks are not pushed out of the city in ways that we saw well before this pandemic. And as another speaker so well put, I encourage property owners to organize for mortgage protections and not kind of organizing against renter protections, and really support the extension of this ordinance. Thanks so much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Madam Mayor, is Alejandra Melagosa, and then Linda Honigman. Ms. Melagosa, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Alejandra Melgoza, community organizer with CAUSE. Our 2020 Santa Barbara May Day Coalition led the Earth Day to May Day social media campaign, uplifting the importance of continuing to build an intersectional movement in addressing the historical social inequities becoming front and center during COVID-19. In calling for a bailout of the working class, we are acknowledging the financial disaster knocking at the door of many renters, homeowners, and small businesses here in Santa Barbara. This is why we are calling for a systemic response, a debt-free future. We are glad the state is initiating that conversation with the proposal from Senator Pro Tem Atkins that came out today to aid renters by asking landlords to forgive rent payments in exchange for equally sized tax credits. We ask you to use your power as a local body to push the state to be bold and go further. We've bailed out Wall Street corporations before. It's time to bail out the people. We are following the nationwide platform of Beyond Recovery because we need to reinforce our community safety nets so we come out of this stronger together. Today, we ask for a strong eviction moratorium by deferring rent for a year in Santa Barbara, and thank Councilmember Megan Harmon for raising this proposal in the last meeting. We need renters to have a peace of mind so they can respond and stay healthy. As a community, we need to start addressing how we will deal with the future without debt, personally and as a regional economy. This is the first step to ensuring we cast as wide of a safety net for our service sector and other workers who rent in Santa Barbara. Thank you. I yield my time.
Very good. Keep going, Ms. Clerk.
All right, our last speaker is Linda Honigman. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand or send me a message in the app. Otherwise, Ms. Honigman is our last speaker. Okay, Ms. Honigman, go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Linda Honigman from Future Housing Communities. Before we had a COVID crisis, we had a severe housing crisis, which has contributed to stress of South County tenants and a reduction of Latinx and younger residents in recent years. I support extending Ordinance 5941 for as long as legally possible. And I urge the council to not allow residential rent increases for several months after any COVID-19 restrictions are in effect. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that is all the speakers on this item.
Okay. I pushed the wrong button there. Thanks so much. We'll close public comment and we will take a break at this point. stand by, everybody. We'll come back and the discussion will be to the city council. We are in recess. Ms. Clerk, do you think we're ready to come back to our meeting?
I think so, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we will reconvene the May 12th, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. And I will start with a couple of questions for our city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, are you there? So, Mr. Kalan, if you can hear me, one of the public speakers was talking, or a couple actually, were talking about rent forgiveness. And we've had emails in the last few weeks asking if we can, excuse me, cancel rent. Can you talk to us about our legal authority to do something like that, please?
Madam Mayor, the council does not have the authority to cancel rent. That is interfering with an existing contract, and I can't advise that.
Okay. So my next question will be for Laura Doubles, our community developments, housing and human services manager, and Mr. Casey. So Ms. Jeppesen and other people referenced the Renters Assistance Program or money from CDBG. Can either of you confirm that those monies are available? And if we can't cancel rent, maybe there's a way to help people pay their rent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'll take the first stab at this, and Ms. Doubles can back me up as necessary. So we did get some emergency funding through the CDBG process to the city that allows it under certain criteria to be used for a number of options, one of them being a rent assistance program. We got a little over $500,000, so I want to set expectations that it's not substantial enough, I think, to meet all the need in the community for everyone's rental assistance, but it is something that could be done. What we need to do is we need to bring a priority setting discussion to council on that CDBG money, because like I said, there are a number of options of how you can spend that emergency money, this being one of them. Based upon your conversation today, if there's strong interest to look at a rental assistance component to that, we could maybe bring a priority setting discussion back to council next week, and then we can work on effectuating a program depending upon your guidance next week.
Does Ms. Doubles have something to add?
Madam Mayor, actually, that's pretty much what I would say as well. It's definitely an option. We can help with a maximum of 3 months of rent at a time. We would have to have, of course, the backup documentation to be able to administer that program, and having the landlords, the tenants already having to notify in writing the landlords of their issues with, you know, unemployment and the COVID-related, their COVID-related issues for not being able to pay. That definitely would be something that we could assist with this money.
And so before we go to other commentary from our city council, so Mr. Casey, when you say we would have to have a discussion about it, you mean we could use that money for something else besides rental assistance? Ah, okay. So, like, can you tell us right now, like what? Just to, so we can talk about it. I mean, we're going to talk about this.
Madam Mayor, I was going to say there are several different restrictions that are placed on it. We have to actually use it for specific things. We were going to bring forward a list of our priorities for you guys to determine what you would want us to do with that funding. And I think that that's what Mr. Casey and I were thinking of maybe bringing to you soon, so that you can see all of the different options. There's a bunch of different options that it can be utilized for. I think if I were just to sit here and list them off, it probably wouldn't be as meaningful as bringing it to you and showing you it.
Okay, as long as our city council knows that that's a possibility, that would inform our discussion today. So Ms. Sneddon, question or commentary? Go ahead.
Commentary, Madam Mayor, is this the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I just, as we're going around here, just to voice my support to take action today to make, are we calling it TEMO or TEMO? Coterminous with the executive order, the governor, and then also take action to specify a minimum and maximum, somewhere between 6 months, 12 months, but I believe there should be a time on that so that everybody knows what they're budgeting for. And then to your questions that you were just asking, I would be in support of looking at the CDBG grants and if that could be used for rent relief or what that might look like for us. So those were, as we're getting the discussion going, I just wanted to voice my support of those.
And thank you for focusing me. You're right, Ms. Sneddon, that those are the two top questions in front of us right now. The payback period and the TEMO. Okay, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an important decision, I think, for our renters. And as we continue to have this, we want to take action that does protect our renters and make sure there's no evictions. But also at the same time, some of the property owners who do have other bills to pay as well, that can actually affect some people's jobs on their properties because they have investments they need to make that actually employ a lot of people here. So I think taking the balanced approach, I'm in agreement with my colleague, Councilwoman Sneddon, on extending it coterminous with the governor's order. And then also the minimum maximum payback period of 6 to 12 months. I'm supportive of that. With one slight caveat is that if there is a landlord and a tenant who are able to make arrangements for a grant package between them with a shorter time frame than the 6-month minimum, that they have the option to do so. I don't want to lock it into 6 months. If there is an agreement that a landlord and a tenant could make that's shorter that they both agree to. But I do think that overall the 6 to 12 month time frame is a good point for both parties to start with. And that's what I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, so you're adding the ability for the tenant and the landlord to negotiate their own agreement. That seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, less than the 6 to 12, but we need to have some type of parameter in here, I think, to provide clarity. But if there is a way for them to come to a agreement shorter than 6 months, where they're both able to do it, that they have that option. But I don't want it to be have no minimum on it or no maximum. I think so. Just if we can somehow word that, Mr. Colon, when we get in there, that would be helpful. But that's where I'm at right now.
Very good. Mr. Jordan and then Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in agreement with both of those also. A couple details I want to make sure that I'm agreeing with, and that's one that I like the bullet on the payback alternatives where it's the minimum and the maximum, and if either party requests a mediation session, that is part of the deal. I like Councilmember Friedman's caveat that if somebody can do it quicker, that can also be part of the arrangement. And I think I heard Mr. Colon say, but my intent is that if it's 6 months or 12 months or somewhere in between, that it's a payment plan that amortizes that equally over each one of those months. It clearly is not the ability just to wait 12 months and make a balloon payment. And that it clearly also, if for some reason, and the co-terminate thing, I like that. But if for some reason the governor does not continue his order after the 31st, and all we're left with is the payback terms, that we're on sound legal ground, that the payback terms clearly are the remedy for April and May's rent, and neither of those months' failure to pay rent can lead to an eviction process. And I think I heard Mr. Colon say that was true. I'm intrigued by Mr. Canal's assertion that all of commercial land has worked this out okay, but I'd still like to keep them linked up. My response to that generally is that if it's all worked out okay, then there's really no harm in having commercials still be part of this as a backstop for the ones that don't work out okay. that I'm not doubting him or anything, but I don't see any harm in continuing then to have the commercial in with it. And the other point I'd like to make too, as this goes forward, whether the governor's order gets extended or not, is that we internally agree to revisit this entire affair, so to speak, at each significant reopening step, so that if for some reason we end up really significantly open the end of June, can we reflect that in either the whatever the governor extends it to, or can we reflect that in revisiting in the accumulation of rent and the payment period? Oh, and one more. I'm interpreting also that if the governor extends his order, that our 6 to 12 months would apply after the governor's order eventually terminates. So good luck with somebody figuring out how to phrase all that in a motion, but those are the things that would be important to me in the motion.
We're going to let Mr. Kalan chime in, and we will have you do the motion then, Mr. Jordan. If you can just hang a little
You'll
bit.
have me do it. My motion will kind of be what somebody else said. So
Okay,
thank you.
Ms. Harmon, just stand by while Mr. Kalan weighs in. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Jordan, the short answer is you're right on what you said on all of it. So I have notes as from council members Jordan, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, and Friedman at this point.
You know, I'm going to be forced to get a YouTube copy of just you saying I'm right and just run that in a loop constantly. But thank you.
Oh, thanks. We'll rely on Mr. Kalan to help us craft the motion. Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I will keep this very brief because I am in lockstep with my colleagues that have spoken thus far. I'm really so grateful and excited to hear where you all are. I think for so many of my neighbors, so many residents in the 6th district and across the city that are renters, this is going to be something that really helps a lot of us sleep a little bit easier. So just very happy to hear where all of you are. So first, I support making this order coterminous. I would like, if there's support, to add texting as a mode of communication between landlord and tenant in this next draft. That's the only thing I would add. Similarly supportive of the 6-month minimum, 12-month maximum, plus mediation, plus some language to indicate that the parties can come to their own mutually agreeable arrangement. On the commercial side, I will say I have spoken to quite a few commercial tenants over the last week in particular, and they have all shared with me that they've been successful in negotiating an arrangement that works for them. But Mr. Jordan, I think your argument was very convincing. If it's working, this won't touch you. So let's not mess with separating these out. So I think I'll just, I will take Mr. Jordan's approach on that piece. And I think that I have covered all of the open questions. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Alejandra Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm definitely in support to extend this ordinance until, further notice from the governor. I do want to add something in regards of how can we get the people support that are getting, these eviction notice or harassed by the owners of the properties. This is a major concern for a lot of community members, and I've seen these letters. I've heard voicemails and of people that I've been in contact with the community members, and it's not okay. So what can we ensure? Maybe this is a question for Mr. Colon. How can we ensure this protection to the community members? I know we have the housing mediation and it's included in our proposal, but I want something stronger, if that makes sense.
Mr. Colon?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, yes, there is something that the City Council can do. The existing TIMO authorizes affirmative defenses for tenants, and it authorizes us to enforce it, but it doesn't authorize the city attorney to take sides, as it were, in behalf of tenants. The draft just cause eviction ordinance that is right now out being circulated for public comment and has been since mid-April. Public comments are due by the end of this week. That ordinance includes an enforcement provision that we could adapt into the TIMO that would give my office authority to step in. There are pros and cons. I expect that as we go through the budget process, the resource constraints that landlords and tenants are feeling are going to be felt especially hard here in City Hall. So it's hard to volunteer that service, but certainly if the council wants, I can put an enforcement provision in that would authorize us to step in when necessary. Another alternative that the city has used in the past has been funding to the Legal Aid Foundation of Santa Barbara County.
I just want to make sure that people are respecting the law and that they're not trying to push people out of their homes, because I know of easily 6 people that have left their homes because they've been harassed. There's serious situations that are out there, and I just want to make sure, just the way we are, going to some of these restaurants and markets and making sure that they are obeying the COVID-19 regulations, that I want to make sure that our tenants are protected in that sense, that, the law is there to protect them, and they don't have to go to different organizations to get help.
Madam Mayor, the other option would be for us to provide an information line bilingual in our office. I could do that without changing the ordinance. We could not exactly provide advice, but we could provide guidance to tenants and owners who have questions. I believe, based on the limited feedback I've received over the last month and a half, that many, many tenants, particularly those for whom English is not their first language, are completely unaware of the TIMO and their rights under it.
Okay, so Mr. Kalan, I agree with Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. If our ordinance says that no one should be evicted during a pandemic situation, then our city attorney's office should be able to defend their rights. We'll take another pass of city council members. We haven't heard from Oscar Gutierrez, so you're saying that it would be written into the ordinance that the city attorney's office would be available to prevent evictions or to provide assistance to tenants.
Correct. I represent the city as a corporate entity, and typically my representation is through the highest responsible human official. So many times that's Mr. Casey, many times that's the city council. If we are to take on tenants as private clients, I'll need authorization from the city council to do that. And even then, I'll be happy to propose language should council ask. Even then, we would want to be careful about the kinds of cases we got involved in. For example, I would be much more interested in cases where many tenants are affected than a single tenant, on the theory that where we can intervene to prevent 20 from being homeless, that's better than intervening to prevent 1, although one person's not acceptable either. So I'm happy to write language that would authorize that should council so direct. I wouldn't volunteer it without specific direction though.
But it would be part of the TIMO ordinance. You're saying it would be a clause in there?
Yes, Mayor, it would be in addition to the enforcement section at the very end of it.
Then let me open the floor for a discussion about that. And where it sounds like we're in agreement on a lot of the other provisions. And I'm not seeing any objection to the items that council members added on. For instance, the ability for the two parties to settle a repayment schedule outside of our bracketed time period. Maybe we'll hear from people about yes to mediation, that it should be a monthly payment. That way it's amortized over time. And then texting as a communication method. Yes, that sounds appropriate. And revisit this at each phase of reopening. I guess we could talk about that, but it sounds like we should stay on top of the issue as things unfold. So Ms. Sneddon, to these issues, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in support of all that has been mentioned so far by our colleagues, and I'm happy to make a motion if you're ready for it, or to just voice my support at this point of all of what's been offered.
Are you okay with Mr. Kalan's office bringing back a proposal to help tenants navigate this? Okay.
I am.
Ms. Harmon and Mr. Friedman, you're ready to say something too. I'm happy to put a motion on the floor. Let's wait. Let's go ahead and wait. We'll come back to you. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to speak, I'm in agreement with everything, but I wanted to speak specifically to authorizing the city attorney to, I guess, essentially act as counsel for city residents. I love the idea in theory. I'm just not clear in practice how that's going to work out. I mean, are we going to be picking and choosing the plaintiffs? It seems to open up a whole can of worms, and I actually didn't know that was within our power to have the city attorney represent residents to enforce ordinances in this way. And I just wonder if maybe we're not necessarily, I personally am not sure like the amount of resources that are going to be devoted to that and how that would fit in with the other priorities that we've laid out. So I would need to understand what that looks like a little bit more, and how, and I'm sure Mr. Colon would do an eminently fair and admirable job for the clients. He always does. This is a concept that I'm totally new to. So I would just need to understand a lot more about it, how much time and money, whether we would be better off supporting legal aid who has that function inherently. So I guess I just have a lot of questions about how that would work, and it's not something that I had previously even known we had the power to do. So I'm not necessarily sold on that piece right now.
Okay. Mr. Friedman, your thoughts, and then we'll go to Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you. I'll first start by saying I do support everything in terms of the mediation, the texting, and the monthly things. So I didn't clarify that last time, but I have the same trepidation that Councilman Harmon has. This is the first I've heard that we even have this ability to do that, and there's a lot of unknowns. The other aspect is we do have our budget hearings coming up, and the city attorney will be presenting his workload, and we will have a chance to prioritize coming out of that within the next couple of weeks, during the next few weeks. And I think that this proposal, without having any understanding of what the resource intensiveness of it is right now, how it compares or how it would play into other projects, including those that actually do protect renters as well. We're looking at taking on a significant thing with perhaps mobile homes and vacancy control to protect mobile home residents. We're looking at other aspects of it. And I don't want to overcommit resources to the city attorney now that would actually take away from those projects. considering the severe budget challenges that we have, we saw at finance earlier today that just the bare outline we're having, aside from depleting much of our reserves, going to our emergency reserves, is potentially 5% reduction in services across departments. How would that affect the city attorney and the work that we already have for him? So I want to understand more about what this proposal is, but I want to do it within the context of the actual budget and the full workload and the projects that he's working on, so we can understand how this relates to other priorities, including those that are looking out for renters that we're working on.
So, Mr. Kalan, you looks like you have a response, but we could put it off until you bring it back to the city council a little more fleshed out, so we can understand what, you know, how much time and resources that it would take. Is there anything we can do in the interim to help people who are receiving eviction notices? Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, there is an intermediate step that I'm happy to facilitate. I would be pleased to put out bilingual news releases that inform people of their rights under the ordinance and offer a telephone consultation. Council will recall that when the mandatory lease ordinance was enacted last year, I offered and undertook to take phone calls from property owners who had questions. I've handled many dozens of those calls, I think, and I think it's time well spent. So that would be an interim approach, short of enforcement, that would get the word out and be facilitative. I believe we could accomplish that in this budget year with existing resources, without getting into the discussion Councilmember Friedman's describing, which I agree. Everything I understand as of right now, we will not be in a position to add functions to the office next year. I think the budget will be going the other direction.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
So my suggestion, and I totally understand where Councilmember Friedman and is coming from in looking at our budgets and the resources we have. What I wanted is, just like we have a city staff available for business people that are, you know, not obeying laws for COVID-19. I just want, you know, Mr. Colon explained that we could probably have a helpline where tenants or landlords can call and just verify whatever issue they have in front of them, instead of having to call legal aid, and legal aid says, you know what, you have to be on a waiting list. Or I just want people to be able to call a number and get a service, or be guided to the right direction.
Madam Mayor, we're happy to do that. The council has funded both an investigator and prosecutor in this office, together with our existing staff and Mr. Aguilar in community development. They have been working literally around the clock, 7 days a week, on essential business questions. I'd be happy to task them, including our bilingual investigator, with taking calls from members of the public.
Great, then we've addressed that. That sounds good. Ms. Harmon, okay, you're just giving us a thumbs up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say I'm fully and completely supportive of what Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez just described. That's very much what we need. I really appreciate the way she framed that. And I'm totally now supportive of everything that was described. So thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman, you too?
Yeah, I just wanted to add in how it was reframed and having that information. That's something I fully support, and I think it's a great idea.
Okay, then Mr. Kalan, if you would come, Ms. Snedden.
Oh, I'm just ready to make or second a motion when it comes. I'm just.
Then go ahead. I was going to ask Mr. Kalan to voice it for us, but it sounds like you took good notes.
Oh, I'm happy to have him voice it. Yes, and I'll just move it or second it, whatever he voices.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor,
Kalan, go ahead.
You had done a great job. This may not be pretty. The action would be number one, to make the ordinance 5941 coterminous with whatever extensions the governor might put in place for his order. And secondly, to use a 6-month and 12-month payback bracket with the provision that owners and tenants could agree to shorter payback terms if they wished. We would reflect that payments are to be monthly and in equal amounts to lead to a payback within the period. And we would, at each opportunity, come back to the council and brief you on additional options as the economy reopens. We would add the ability to communicate by text message, and we would include the opportunity for mediation requested by either landlord, or excuse me, owner or tenant to address repayment. And our office, not part of the ordinance, but our office will establish a bilingual phone line to take questions and provide technical assistance to the public.
So moved.
And a second from you, Ms. Gutierrez?
I second it.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, discussion over there, or?
Just curious whether that option for the bilingual access can be phone or email, like we have the land use thing functioning right now.
I was, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I was thinking about email as I was speaking. I think that's fine.
Okay, that'd be, if somebody's, if both the motion makers are acceptable to that, I'd love to make that suggestion.
Accepted.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon, you're okay with a phone line or email communication?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. It seems like everybody understands the motion. So well done, Mr. Kahlon. If there's not any other discussion, Ms. Clerk will take a roll call vote, please.
All right, this is for item 7. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, as described by City Attorney Kahlon. For the vote, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous, Ms. Clerk. Thank you very much. I thank all of staff for helping us work on that, especially our city attorney's office. We will close this item. We will move on to, Mr. Kahlon, did you have an addendum there? Or you're just?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that's all.
Okay. So we're moving on to number 8. Ms. Clerk, read that into the record.
Certainly. Item 8, COVID-19 Business Advisory Task Force Update.
And our Jason Harris is available to talk about this. Thank you. Go ahead.
And Madam Mayor and fellow council members and general public, Jason Harris, City's Economic Development Manager, providing an update on the COVID-19 Business Advisory Task Force. Next slide, please. The topics in this presentation will be to update the council on the governor's stay-at-home order, recent modification as of this past Friday, May 8th, an update on the communications efforts of the task force and to the business community, as well as this update on the advisory task force efforts, and then the next steps of this body. So as we all know, we are operating under this state's stay-at-home order that went into effect on March 19th of this year. Recently, as of May 8th, this past Friday, the governor modified the order, allowing additional retail business activity to be conducted on curbside services and the referencing infrastructure that supports that. This is now in a stage 2 of the 4 stages of the stay-at-home order. You can see the businesses listed there. Next slide, please. In association to our communications to the business community of the business resources available, we updated the council at the last briefing 2 weeks ago of an update to the city's website referencing. We have now added to that a link to the business task force, which lists the agenda items, meeting summary, notes, as well as the video of the go-to meetings for transparency and general public and council to follow along in the conversation. We have also listed the task force members for reference. Here on this slide, you can see reference to the city's website where this information is available, as well as an email address that's been established for members of the public and businesses to put forward recommendations, ideas, requests for information. And I've also listed the state's website, which is very comprehensive and is really tracking the stay-at-home order updates as well as general information that the state is putting forward. Next slide, please. So the Business Advisory Task Force was recently created, established their first meeting on April 24th and has subsequently met 2 other times, focused on idea generation and providing input and feedback to the city in regards to what efforts the city can do to assist in business reopening and recovery efforts. This task force was so thoughtfully created to allow for an expedited review of the county's draft reopening guide, and that occurred last Wednesday. The city's recommendations from the task force were developed into a letter and sent to the county this past Friday on the 8th. And that letter is also available on the task force website that I referenced. We've been focused on 3 areas of interest: business support and assistance, regulations and permitting activities, marketing events, and area activations. Next slide, please. As such, to be specific of some of the recommendations in relation to the draft county reopening guide were items such as shortening or reducing the reopening phases. The county guide had referenced 30-day stages between each of the reopening phases. There was a request and recommendation to shorten that, as well as a request to expand the listing of essential businesses. Currently, the list is fairly limited. Allow in-store retail and indoor dining on socially distanced, acceptable public health standards. Allow for non-restricted travel. Currently, travel is restricted only for essential jobs and service functions. And an overall reference of the importance of the hospitality and the number of jobs that this industry represents in our local community, as well as the amount of revenue and business activity that this industry sector represents. Additionally, the task force has been focused on those 3 subject areas and have started to focus on what functions that the city is operating, such as maintaining public space and public travel, and how that can be used to support business activity. Currently, restaurants and dining are not allowed for in-store dining, only for pickup and delivery. And so one of the ideas is, could we expand or relax the outdoor dining standards on sidewalks and or look to allow for closures of roadway or on-street parking to allow for that activity? Similarly, for retail businesses that were just recently allowed to conduct curbside pickup, we have heard from businesses that they need some use of the public space, public right-of-way in order to facilitate that activity, more so than just their doorway. So we're evaluating what level of operations and regulations beyond the city would we need to discuss to allow for that effort. There's also idea generation to gather information from the business community and put forth a direct request to state and federal aid through a lobbying effort, recognizing this area has been hit with dual disasters here in short order, from the Thomas Fire and debris flow just 2 years ago, and now to this disaster as well. And so I think there's a compelling case, and the representatives at the federal and state level have indicated a willingness to put forward requests and efforts to direct aid to our business community. Likewise, there's been collective feedback and conversation of a need to communicate to the public on what is publicly acceptable for social distancing, but supporting business activity, as well as a coordinated marketing campaign to ensure that the community at large and the region at large knows that Santa Barbara is open for business, and we'll be making efforts to strengthen and increase that activity. And then just lastly, additional ideas about promotion activity to support the recovery efforts once businesses can go through the initial stages of reopening, to really assist the survival of businesses and hopefully strong recovery thereafter. Next slide, please. So the next steps are the conceptualization of an emergency ordinance that would conceptualize the possibility of some level of street closures through principally on State Street, but we're also evaluating other sections of the city. This is a phenomenon that's happening across the country as cities and businesses struggle. Even if we do move into a stage 3, there's going to be limitations of the amount of occupancy that businesses would be able to support, and it's economically not viable for businesses to operate on a minimal occupancy standard. And so allowing for some level of expansion of business activity, recognizing they have a loss of interior business activity is one of those functions. There's also dual purpose for street closure to allow the public to have additional outdoor space to enjoy and have safe social distancing space to engage in the public space. We're also conceptualizing what other city regulatory agencies support will be needed, be it through county health, ABC, and then if we look to move into the coastal zone, obviously Coastal Commission, as well as the city's own regulatory bodies. And then just lastly, identifying what other additional business support opportunities may be needed through one-on-one business counseling. We're engaged with a number of business organizations providing that level of service. So we're discussing how we can augment that, creative ideas for really helping businesses think through the challenges that I think we can all recognize we've never been faced before. Overall, the concept of the straight street closure and an ease of some level of regulation are being contemplated in a potential ordinance. But this information will be developed and finalized through the task force, and only put forth in a staff report to the council for evaluation as we move forward. Next slide, please. And so with that, available for questions, and again, some of the contact points for the public via our website and email address. And so with that, I'll take any questions the council may or may have.
Ms. Sneddon, go ahead with questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the letter that we're referring to, I believe we saw what was maybe a draft of that letter, or is there a working draft, or has it already been sent? I'm concerned that while it was drafted with the business community in mind, which is very important to us, that it hasn't gone through whether it's medically healthy or the best options for the whole community. So what is the status of that letter right now?
So I'll jump in, and Mr. Harris, add if you will. So that letter went to the county from our task force, which was deemed a stakeholder group as part of a bigger county review. The county created stakeholder groups. One of them focused on restaurants. One of them focused on retail, education. Ours was a city group which focused on business. So all of those recommendations that are coming from those different sectors are going to the public health director and a panel of medical experts who are thinking public health, and especially how do we get through the pandemic. So these are recommendations with almost a wish list, you know, when we get to reopening, as these phases roll out, these are the things that we want to see. So we didn't have, so now it goes into the public health review, if that helps.
It does. So this has not been sent to the governor's office yet? This is
No, the county is collecting all of these recommendations, then they're going to put a draft plan together, and then it goes to the governor.
And then the letter, is it publicly available, or has it been, and where would the public
It
find
is.
that letter?
It is available on the website, listed there. And just to reiterate some of the high points, this the governor hasn't released, but he's indicating that as he modifies the stay-at-home orders, he's going to delegate to the individual counties to develop their own public health protocols and reopening guides. The county was responding in very quick haste to develop that. As we all know, San Luis Obispo County produced their reopening guide several weeks ago. So the county was very quick in response. They wanted to meet last week, which we had the task force already enabled to meet with the county. And they were concurrently meeting with 23 different business sectors to similarly take that input, which all happened last week. They wanted the finalization of input to their draft guide by last Friday. So the city has responded to the county's draft reopening plan, and with all indications that Santa Barbara County and the city of Santa Barbara want to be positioned so when the governor does delegate a stay-at-home order condition to the counties, that the city's prepared and responsive to be able to reopen. And so that's kind of the timeliness need of providing that feedback. But as we all know, the governor has, slightly been shifting his stance on this as we move forward. So we wanted to be as prepared as we could be.
So then just one more clarifying question. So this is in support of the county's reopening plan, which is in progress, that reopening plan. And this is just the business sector recommendations toward that plan, but it's just one portion of that. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
And they're looking at next Tuesday, so a week from today, that draft plan going to the Board of Supervisors. I'm looking around, I think that, yeah. So it's moving very quickly, Ms. Sneddon. So yeah. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions. Along the line of the reopening, there's been a lot of discussion about the Lompoc prison. And so is there any update that we have other than in the last few days since it's been, our reopening is tied to that? Is there any update that we can have on that in particular?
Mr. Casey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. So one of the metrics that the governor laid out was having kind of data at a countywide level, that you had to meet certain metrics before you could then go with a reopening plan like we've just been talking about. And one of the questions that the County of Santa Barbara had was, should the Lompoc Federal Prison apply to our metrics? And the state's first answer was yes. I heard on the press conference today with the governor that he's reevaluating that he has heard, I think, from us in Santa Barbara County and maybe some other counties that have federal penitentiaries, that maybe that's an unfair standard to hold us accountable for a federal confined penitentiary to meet those metrics. So he hasn't decided to pull that out, but he specifically commented that's one of the things he's looking at. So I think he's hearing us. All of our state and federal elected officials are chiming in on that. I believe the county was supposed to have sent a very pointed letter today in that regard to the governor as well. So I'm seeing movement on that, but I don't have a final answer.
Thank you. At least there's some movement going towards that. My other question is in regards to the State Street and possibly others pedestrian promenade, opening up to a pedestrian promenade. Has any thought been given to how this would be coordinated, one in terms of times of the day, and then the other is that when it would actually be implemented. For example, not prior to restaurants reopening. The concern I have is that if we just open it before, you end up creating just basically a downtown that nobody can go down there really. So how are you looking at coordinating that with the restaurant reopenings or other types of metrics in place?
Great question, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. Those level of details have not been hashed out. So right now we've just identified the need. We've conceptualized the range of mechanisms that we can address the need, aka the business restriction. The business community is very interested to allow for kind of a new operating normal, as it were, that would support their activities even in this stage 2 limited business operation standpoint, because up until this past Friday, retail wasn't allowed at all. And so now it is allowed with curbside. And so the idea is, how can we augment the business environment more so than just the current stance that the city's taking and operating flexibility is allowing pickup locations, marked pickup locations for businesses that have on-street, parking availability. But this is obviously a dramatic expansion of creating kind of a pedestrian zone to support. Also, just to add, the idea is obviously State Street is kind of the initial pass, but there are other sections of the city that we're evaluating where there are clusters of food and beverage operators that a street closure could help augment their businesses. I'd also add the idea is if a street lane or a street may not be able to be closed just for a traffic circulation standpoint, there's also conceptualization to evaluate the ability to close an on-site parking space or spaces adjacent to a business to allow kind of a parklet type of condition where you might be able to facilitate some outdoor tables for, currently it would be to-go service that could be consumed in that area. And then what we're expecting here in short order, an ability that businesses could operate on a limited basis. So this would be the augmentation of that. And then a third component are businesses evaluating the possibility of allowing a conversion of a surface parking lot on private property and or open space on private property that's not part of the premise, but if they have agreement with the property owner, again, to allow for an expansion of their operation. And I guess maybe I say an expansion because it's an extension out into the open space, but the reality is there's a limitation to what is the internal business operation. Currently, there is no ability for any of these businesses to have customers within their business premises. And there's an expectation when they are allowed to open that they'll have a restriction on the occupancy. And so this is really to try to augment that occupancy. To maybe end with the response specifically to your questions, kind of the timeline of the closures. This is all envisioned to be temporary, short term, until the stay-at-home orders are lifted. There is a strong interest to initiate this for State Street as early as Memorial Day, but at the same time, thinking through and working through the logistics to address some of the concerns that you raised, Councilman.
Thank you. I do have some comments, but I'll save those till after we go through a public comment, Madam Mayor.
There. I don't see any other questions, so we can go to public comment. Mr. Harris, if you'll stand by. Ms. Gorman, do we have people wanting to speak on this item?
Madam Mayor and the council, we have one person so far. There are a number of people online, so if anyone else would like to speak on this item on the Business Advisory Task Force update, please raise your hand within the app or send me a message within the app and let me know. Our one speaker who's raised their hand so far is Anna Marie Gott. So Ms. Gott, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
So let's talk about transparency. On April the 29th, I actually asked for the link as well as the documents from the agenda and notes for the BAT meeting that had been held. Do you know when I got them? Last night, and I didn't even receive a link. So the public is completely unaware of what's happening here. And I want to point out that if you're trying to do an off-site license on a non-adjacent property, you're going to need an alcohol license. And so that is going to require actually a posting of a 30 days notice, you know, to actually receive an alcohol license. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to protest every single one of them because we're not taking into account what we're actually doing here, which is compatibility issues with residential uses, parking problems, your vesting of rights for an alcohol permit for a property on maybe parking places or in the middle of State Street or in patio areas that have been extended to the curb. You have so many ordinances here that you will actually have to change just to do that, that it's kind of insane that we're doing this without any real public input. And what we're doing is actually trying to attract tourists from Los Angeles, which I don't know if y'all are aware of it, but they are going to be extending their shelter in place for 3 months. And those are the people that you're trying to actually bring to Santa Barbara to actually infect our residents and our low-wage workers who work in restaurants and then leave the problem here with us. I think that this entire discussion is completely poorly planned because you don't even have an outdoor patio dining ordinance that is even authorized by the Coastal Commission in the coastal zone. That's how screwed up your ordinances are. You're going to have problems with parking, problems with your smoking ordinance, problems with your outdoor patio dining and vested rights, your alcohol ordinance, the state's alcohol ordinance. And let me just tell you, your police department and your planning department do not even look at licensed premise diagrams. That is how Shalahoubs took over their entire parking lot on both sides of their building to get an alcohol license right in over the parking places. And those rights are vested, but the city attorney had to demand that they open up their one side of their parking spaces. But their rights are vested through the ABC because you don't have an alcohol license.
For your comments, Ms. Scott, thanks. Moving on to another speaker. Anyone else raise their hand, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, David Landecker. So Mr. Landecker, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead. David Landecker.
I'm David Landecker. I'm the interim executive director of both, oh goodness, hold on, I'm hearing myself in my ears at the same time as I'm talking. That doesn't work. I am the executive director of the Santa Barbara and we are both representatives of the bicycling community and the pedestrian community and the various ways of moving through the community. And although I think Ms. Gott's statements may have been a little bit overstated, there is some concern about the fact that nobody had any idea or much idea of what this task force is proposing. And you're talking about potentially making it effectuated within 2 weeks. And I am wondering, number one, what kind of public input or what kind of process will be available for us to talk about, okay, if we're going to do this, which sounds like a wonderful idea, how do people move through it? How do pedestrians walk through a pedestrian court that has people sitting all over the place when they're supposed to keep 6 feet of distance, and we don't know how many people are going to be there, but what kind of controls are there going to be? What kind of controls are there going to be for crossing the streets, because the streets are going to go through? I was kind of hoping that I would see some sort of a map or a concept of what is being talked about at today's meeting. And I guess we're still not that far, but I have asked before for public input and for the ability to understand what is being proposed. And I would ask that some effort be made to bring in the various groups of this community and the individuals in this community who care deeply about State Street, who want to see a pedestrian wall, who are in favor of it, but want to see it work, not just happen. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Any other comments, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, next public comment is from Patricia Owens. Ms. Owens, you'll be next. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please either raise your hand or send me a message within the question window. Okay, Ms. Owens, please go ahead.
Hi. Yes, Madam Mayor and council members. I have various concerns about what I've been reading and hearing, and I just really found out the details about this last night when I was watching KYT News. And I do follow what's going on in the city, but the details and the agenda were not clear. And I think this is a pretty big task to have this resolved by Memorial Day. I'm a 58-year resident here, and I am very concerned about the issues I had before us in this. I'm a little nervous doing this on the phone. Ms. Gott brought some things up that I agreed with as it relates to Los Angeles. I don't know if any of you went to Butterfly Beach 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, but it looked like Le Mans racetrack. I don't know why the media didn't pick it up, but it was far worse than Orange County. And I do believe with the stay-at-home order that's going to be going in place in Los Angeles, that we are going to have significant traffic from Los Angeles. And I'm concerned about smoke. I'm really concerned about smoking on State Street. And frankly, I don't want this to be a permanent thing. Bob Cunningham and Doug Bartoli and many people over the years worked to change State Street. When I grew up here, State Street was 4 lanes, and frankly, it was ugly. State Street was ugly. And it took many years for State Street to turn into what it is today. And I kind of feel when I read this, it's a taking of our street. And I'm not happy with it. And I don't like the idea that everything has to be resolved in 2 weeks. And I'm just asking that we have more time. And I just appreciate you letting me make a comment. And I will be putting more information in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor and Council, unless there's anyone else that would like to raise their hand or send me a question, it looks like that's all the speakers for this item.
Are you kidding?
Then we'll go ahead and close public comment on this particular item. And I wanted to have Mr. Casey or Mr. Harris respond about how we would conduct a community review of these ideas. Yes, they're ideas that are bubbling to the surface. Everything will be filtered through a public health emergency. And then we do need to hear from everyone. So Mr. Casey, why don't you go ahead and start?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start first, and Mr. Harris can follow up, and I see Mr. Colon wants to chime in as well. We're trying to strike the right balance here, and that's why we're here today. We're here to get council input about whether this is an idea worth pursuing more. And so we're looking for council's leadership and feedback if that's something we should do. The closure of State Street has been extremely controversial, which is why it hasn't happened. There have been people on both sides. Quite honestly, downtown is a ghost town right now. And so your staff's opinion is, let's try it. It's outdoor, that's safer than indoors. If public health says it's okay to allow people to start eating outside, then we can start pursuing that. It's temporary in nature, but we've got a serious economic crisis on top of the health crisis as well. And so we are trying to be sensitive and responsive to trying to let what businesses we have be able to recover. And quite honestly, I agree with the speakers. It's going to have to be locals that help it recover. They're the ones who are going to have to be the lifeline initially. And so what can we do to encourage Santa Barbarans to come down and support those local businesses? So do we need to have process? Yes. Can it be a 2-year Santa Barbara process? No, we don't have time. So we need to find the right balance. That's why we're here to council, and we're interested in your feedback and guidance on that as well to help us steer this through. But yes, this is just an initial idea that's come up in the last week, and we're here and we're vetting it, and we're getting some guidance about whether you want staff to go to continue to pursue it a little bit. And if you give us the nod, we'll do that, and we'll report back next week about what's going on with that and continue that evolution. And maybe May 31st is too ambitious, and that's fine. We can slow it down. But I want to caution us not to be too slow. This is the worst disaster in 100 years to face this city, and we got to be responsive with some quick interim measures to make some action.
Mr. Kahlon and then Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Casey and I are working hard to facilitate the best decisions for council in a very short time period. I want to offer some process reassurance to those who've spoken who are concerned. What we are looking at creating is an economic recovery ordinance. And because it will be an ordinance, it will be subject to referendum. It will go through the deliberative process the council normally goes through. And it needs to address many, many issues that have been raised by the speakers, everything from parking to smoking to alcohol. So right now, Madam Mayor, members of the council, we have a number of people in this office working to frame these questions with Mr. Harris for the council and community to vet. Yes, it's quick, but I completely agree with Mr. Casey. We have no choice here but to act as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Harris?
Well, I just broadly respond and follow up with my colleagues, City Administrator Casey and City Attorney Kahlon, that we're trying to be as responsive as we can to the business community. Businesses are slowly failing before our eyes, and we don't even know it. They're closed currently for business because of the stay-at-home order. There's a slight lifting of additional business activity, and the city's looking to be as responsive as we can to try to help survival of those businesses that have some ability to conduct business activity. We're trying to do so also in a safe and public health manner. So we're following the lead of the public health officials at the county, working in tandem, and we will be following any regulation guidelines. So we're not looking to sidestep any process, but ultimately be as responsive to the needs of the business community, and then ultimately to the residents to have some ability for community space and looking really creatively. There's some interesting ideas. I was just hitting kind of the high notes today, but there's some additional interesting ideas of doing drive-in movies, taking advantage of some really large blink walls we have throughout the downtown and creating an opportunity for folks to drive in. And obviously there'd be small locations. People could stay in their car to stay socially safe, but just to create some unique community gathering opportunities, socially distanced, obviously, until the stay-at-home orders are modified over time. But we do need to be prepared that the stay-at-home orders could be in effect for some time. And so we're looking to be as creative as we can to allow some level of business activity. With that, I'll end my remarks. Thank you for your support.
Thanks. And we're open for discussion to the city council if there's anything else to add. I allowed people to talk about State Street and the open public comment at 2 p.m. We had 5 or 6 people who were supportive of it. We've been getting emails mostly in support of opening State Street to pedestrians or dining when the time is right and other activities. So Mr. Friedman, go ahead and then we'll see if other people have ideas and perspective.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to start off by reminding people that there's the public health issue of the virus, but there is also a significant mental health component to this that is directly correlated to the economics of it. And with every previous recession, the number of suicides goes up. And now we have, before this, we had a severe opioid epidemic. And if we don't achieve that balance where we're protecting public health for the virus in terms of social distancing, we run the risk of increasing opioid addictions, among other things, and mental health issues. So those are things that we, the 7 of us, have to consider when we're trying to advocate for what is the proper balance to reopening versus adhering to the governor and the state public health experts in terms of the virus. I'd also like to remind individuals that keep asking us to open up the city, us being the city council, that it is not up to us to open the city. It's not even the county public health. It is the state public health in conjunction with the governor. There are instances where other communities might try to, and the governor has indicated, if he hasn't already, and maybe Mr. Colon or someone could speak to this, but there are repercussions that the governor can use to take away some of the business licenses, those types of things. So we have to be very careful that we protect our businesses, that we do everything in coordination with the county and our other jurisdictions so we're all on the same page. But we do need to take the economics of this seriously because that is also a significant public health threat. Now, with that, I just have a couple of issues. I do support the effort to relook at how we use State Street. And I'm glad there will be more of a public outreach component of it. I do have concerns that if we just open it before restaurants or other businesses are allowed to be open, that you will create more of just an area that is vacant and will lead to all kinds of vagrancy and other issues. So we need to have the plan in place, but I don't think you can execute it until we have the ability to have the restaurants and others come forward. In terms of looking at restaurants and others reutilizing public space, San Luis in their plan is looking at having the restaurants out on the streets, and there is some discussion within the Alcohol Beverage Control Department of the state of being flexible with allowing some of these new uses. So I encourage our staff to specifically look into that issue on how we can look at it. The other issues that I also want to look at with State Street is the hours that it would be open. Is it 24/7 or others? We do have deliveries that take place in the morning, so we need to be cognizant of that as well. And then in going back to the presentation on slides 7 and 8, a couple of points is I think it's time that we reactivate our city legislative committee, which is comprised of myself, Councilwoman Harman, Councilwoman Sneddon, to meet as soon as we can to really look at the federal and state legislative parties that have come out, including the CARES Act and others that have come in and what those mean for our community. But in particular, when we're looking at on slide 7, it was initiate state and federal lobbying effort. Slide 8, one of the bullets was pursue non-city regulatory agency support. I think having our legislative committee have that process where we can dive into those, and it's also a publicly accessible meeting. We can have input from the community on what we need, and it's not just monetary. What are some of the regulatory aspects that we can look at? What are some taxes and fees on businesses that we can look at least temporarily, to give them some relief? And we can hear from the public in that sense using this committee to do that. And in addition, we as individual committee members would have a good sense and be unified in what the community wants to see. And then we can communicate that directly to Congressman Carvajal's office, Senator Jackson, and Assemblymember Lamone, and then also to the governor. But then us as members could also have those discussions designated with our representatives so that we can have real-time discussions as they come forward. So I would like to, Mr. Casey, if you could talk about, are we able to start up the legislative committee, and what would a time frame be in terms of that? And then I think those are the points I had. I think we do need to be in coordination with the county and continue to do so. I think we've done a good job on that, but we do really need to look at the social and the public health impacts of not opening, but we need to do it responsibly. And I think we're on the right track. So is there any information on when we might be able to get the legislative committee up and running?
Thanks, Mr. Casey.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. It's a standing council committee, and I think you're right. I think it's a good timing now to engage you all, look at our legislative platform. If there's items that we need to bring specifically back to council, we can. But I think it's a perfectly good and good idea to re-energize the legislative committee right now for this crisis. We can do that.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it to you. I don't want to put you on a timeline right now, but I prefer sooner rather than later because a lot of this is fast moving, so we can work online to get that. And to the extent that we can, the initial meeting, keep it related specifically to COVID, because there are other issues that could really sidetrack us. That so if we can have it related to COVID in our first meeting, I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Mine's more of a comment. I'm really concerned, and I agree with Councilmember Friedman on the public health risks. The downtown has been a problem way before COVID-19. And I feel like if we're rushing to find a solution right now, it can actually be worse. I have questions, for example, if, this plan happens, is Paul the person that's going to be waiving the permitting? Because there's different permittings that has to happen in order to have, the seating outside. I mean, how does that all work out?
Madam Mayor,
if
I can jump in, the council is correct to notice that there are many details associated with closing all or part of State Street or with facilitating curbside retail, which is another aspect. All I can say right now is that we have about a half a dozen very bright people trying to put together a list of those issues that we can present to council for you to review. So while it's really helpful to hear the council kind of brainstorm those issues, I want to assure you that we're looking at not just opening streets and turning people loose. We're looking at a structure that can actually work. So,
and if I might chime in as well, I mean, the very reason we're here before we've spent hardly any time even talking about the issue is to get council's feedback and reaction. And this is in your court. This isn't something I'm going to unilaterally do. This is up to City Council to give us guidance to work on a plan and to ultimately approve a plan or not. So for council members who are feeling nervous that I'm just unilaterally going to do it, no, I'm going to look for your guidance and leadership on this as well as to whether you think it's a good idea.
And my last question, is this just for the downtown area, or are we also looking into other places in the city where we have, high populated businesses?
Well, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, in response, we're initiating the idea for State Street because there has been experience both with experimental pop-ups as well as we all know, there's the Tuesday Farmers Market, and so there's more operational experience in relation to State Street closure. But as I referenced, we are evaluating other clusters of food and beverage operators and business activity throughout the city to see if there's any other applicable areas that we could consider. There are locations as well where the closure of a roadway or even a lane of traffic just won't be feasible from a street transportation standpoint. So what we're conceptualizing there is there an ability to allow for the closure of an on-street parking space, for instance, for a small business that's right adjacent. And so we're evaluating that possibility and understanding both all the regulatory elements, but then also the traffic safety pieces. So we're looking to put forth a range of options that could be implemented citywide, not just in downtown.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sneddon, are you still there? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So just in some comments on this, first, I want to commend staff for thinking creatively and bringing forward ideas and with just the always invitation to keep bringing forward ideas, whether we decide to go with them or don't go with them. I think it's really important to keep that communication going and keep that at the forefront. I think looking at this, we need to really be visioning our short-term approaches, our medium-term approaches, and our long-term approaches. And I continue to be concerned with the sort of reactionary mode that we're in, even though we're in a crisis at this moment. The county is working on their reopening plan, and that's the county. And the county has many different issues than we have as the city of Santa Barbara, different demographics, different densities. Their reopening plan is not going to address the specifics of what we need. And I'm really looking for these short-term fixes or these short-term plans to implement, but a long-term vision for the city. We need to have the space. We need to have the room for that conversation. As Mr. Landecker said, we need to have that public input to be having our long-term vision. I feel we're a little bit buffeted about by reacting to what's coming our way, and we need to set our compass direction and at least have a vision for what we want to see. So when we're talking about making changes to State Street, I'm assuming these are temporary trials, and I'm all for it, with the caveat that I have no interest in hopscotching over health regulations and rushing the reopening. I'm also not sure we're ready to be saying that Santa Barbara's open for business and inviting tourism in at a rapid rate right now. We need to be looking at our health and safety and the long-term economic and health and safety of our city. When we're looking long-term, and these are the types of conversations that I really want a framework for how we're discussing health, the arts, entertainment, the environment, transportation, all of these things, and not just the business community, which is very vital to our vitality, but we need, in addition to that, to start that conversation. I feel like we're behind, and I'm looking for what our next steps might be in just the framework for how to have that conversation. And while we're in this, talking about this as well, I think it's really important, the transparency, that everybody feel that they are aware of information as it's coming out in time to comment on it. We're not all going to agree on things. We're not all going to disagree on things. We have the public also wanting to weigh in this awkward format of calling in and being online. And I'm really asking you and our colleagues for how we can create the framework for the discussion of the long-term vision for the city. This is our Pearl Chase moment. This is our rebuilding from what we were to what we want to be. And I really applaud looking at these short-term measures, but as we're doing that, I don't want to overlook the long-term view and how this will fit in with those long terms. So in terms of closing State Street and having restaurants be able to bring their social distance space out onto the sidewalk, if it's perfectly delineated and safely separated, and if when we get to the point where we're approved through the governor's orders and through the county to do that, then I think it's one of the things that we should have in place. But I just really want to emphasize I have no interest in skipping over or pressuring that we skip beyond what the health recommendations are. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Casey.
Just chime in, I completely agree with what Councilmember Sneddon just said. I want to be super clear that none of this is talking about jumping ahead of the governor's orders or the county's orders. This is merely trying to have something in place such that when we are allowed to safely open up, do we have something able to do creative and new to help get the businesses just to survive. We're just in survival mode with people. But I completely agree with everything you said, that it's done safely and it's done under the context of the state guidance and the county guidance as well.
Thank you, Mr. Casey, for clarifying that. I think in the media, it has been not necessarily clear, and I think that's, I want to make sure it's clear here. So I appreciate that clarification.
Thanks everyone. Thank you, Mr. Harris, and the task force members who helped put together the recommendations. That's all they are, that went to the county, which will be interpreted by a panel of medical experts through the filter of public health, and then forwarded to the governor. So good discussion. We'll go ahead and close this item, and we'll go to the next one. Miss Clerk, number 9 is our coronavirus update. It's a shorty today. Go ahead. I guess I just read it into the, okay, let's just go ahead and start. Mr. Casey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So for the last 2 months, we've had just kind of a standing item on a coronavirus update, just to give us the immediate flexibility to talk about items that have come up before we posted the agenda on the Thursday before. Things were moving so fast, and you all had so many questions and wanted to be responsive in a timely manner in the emergency. So we set this up as kind of a standing item. It seems to me now that things are starting to, well, we've settled in kind of the stay-at-home order. And now, just as the previous item was, it's more about looking forward. When we start opening up, how can we be responsive? So I'll gauge about whether I want to keep this standing item or not, or we'll now just kind of in a pace where we can agendize items specifically as they are. And so that's what I would recommend going forward, just to be a little more clear and not quite in the urgent emergency mode, which I think we're able to kind of step back from. But for today, 2 items I wanted to cover. One, I wanted to invite Liliana Encinas from the fire department to talk about our Spanish outreach efforts that we have been doing. And so if she can pop on, I will turn it over to her. And then after she's done, I want Ms. Nina Johnson just to kind of share a press release that we just sent out that's really neat about a community effort to honor our first responders and folks on the front lines in the medical profession. And so we'll end on that note. But Ms. Encinas, if you could take it away, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Casey, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council for having me on today. I'm going to give you a brief update on the outreach that we've been doing on a bilingual aspect. And so we gathered the whole community committee, and this is a committee that we have here in our city, which is comprised of nonprofits, small businesses, faith-based organizations that provide direct services in our community. And we've met when there's a need, for example, after disasters, and in this case, after this emergency. And we were seeing a gap in the communication with our Spanish language speakers. The information was out there, available in their language, sometimes accessible, not always, but there was something missing in the information that we were putting out for them to seek. And so we were able to conduct or create a daily radio show with our partners at Rincon Broadcasting. They have 2 of our major radio stations here for the city and actually the South Coast, including some of Ventura and Santa Barbara. And we were able to, get together, do a daily show twice a day in which we gather the information that's out there, that was being given out to the community, but make it relevant to this community. So we would, take the information, kind of digest it, make it accessible, make it relatable, and then give it to the community. And we've been doing that since April 10th, morning and evenings. The shows run from about 30 minutes to over an hour. We were able to add guest speakers later on the show after week 1 or 2. and just highlighting the resources, the information, the updates, how to navigate certain resources. For example, the community was very concerned about unemployment, about the IRS, about certain issues that you have to learn how to navigate these websites and seek the information. So we would bring experts, subject matter experts, to talk to them in a very, I guess, non-overwhelming way. And so we've been conducting those, like I said, since April 10th, twice a day. We have had great response. And we've also been doing daily check-ins with community-based organizations, faith-based organizations across the city, and really supporting them as best we can with any needs they have during this crisis. And if anybody has any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer, or if I need to speak a little more about the efforts.
Are there questions for Ms. Encinas? And that sounds like an incredible effort to be on the radio so frequently, but I've been there before to talk on their shows, and they're wonderful. They love disseminating information, and their radio stations have a great following. Ms. Gutierrez, questions?
It's more of a comment. Should I wait?
Let me ask if our city clerk has any public comment speakers lined up. Ms.
Madam
Gorman?
Mayor, Madam Mayor and Council, there are currently no public speakers with their hand up for this item. So members of the public, if you did wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app, or send me a question within the app telling me you'd like to speak on it. Oh, we do have one speaker, Anna Marie got. Several other people have called in. No one else has raised their hand, however.
So, Mr. Casey, you had jumped on because did you want both presenters to present and then we take public comment?
My only additional suggestion, we can either do it before or after public comment, is Ms. Johnson's been working on a Spanish language portal as well with the city. We just announced that information today, so I'd like to get that information out there as well.
Okay, so then Ms. Gutierrez, if you'll hold on to your comment, and are there any questions for Ms. Encinas? Okay, thanks Ms. Encinas for all your good work, and we'll go to Ms. Johnson, and then we'll see if there's questions for her, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go to council comment. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to also compliment Liliana. It's been a pleasure to work with her, and we frequently throughout the day share information, and we're in coordination in terms of getting information out to the community. Just a few additional resources we've been able to add very recently to better serve Spanish speakers in the community. We've created a dedicated area on our website, a Spanish language information portal. And you can get there by going to our website, santabarbaraca.gov/Espanol. This is a website area that consolidates all of our information and updates, business resources, our webinars, community hotlines, and resources in one area. Also helpful for people who want to get instructions on how to access city services remotely. You can also on that site sign up for an email service if anyone is interested in getting email news updates directly to their inbox. They can go to that website, or you can also go to santabarbaraca.gov/noticias. And then we are sending, as information is translated, we send information to that account. So I just wanted to add that we have created those resources, and I wish I had an ability to share my screen because I could show the website, but you can see our last media conference, our press conference on community safety that was translated. You can access the slides, a lot of information that is there that by creating this new portal, that means that you no longer have to go to the city's main homepage and try to navigate and find where you're going in English first, because that's really not helpful. And we have one go-to area now on our website that we can start building from. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Ms. Johnson from my colleagues? Thanks, Ms. Johnson. So we'll take or Ms. Encinas. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you both. And we'll take public comment now. Ms. Gorman?
All right, we have one public speaker on this item. Again, if anyone else wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand or send me a message, a question within the app. All right, Ms. Gott, please go ahead.
Council members, have you heard of the digital divide? All of this money that's being spent on the website isn't really helpful if the constituents that you're trying to target don't have internet capability. Are you using text messaging? Are you using some of your local services providers to actually disseminate this information in paper form? Because that's actually what a lot of people need. I'd also like to mention that we have zero enforcement going on in our neighborhoods. So, you know, on a daily basis, you can find a party, typically birthday party, sometimes a party celebrating a pregnancy, which I came across the other day, with about 25 people in front of a yard with balloons all over the place. All of those people did not live at that location. And, you know, if I had called the police to say, hey, maybe someone needs to, you know, stop by, let them know that maybe they shouldn't all be gathering together without masks, sharing food and things like that, you know, they actually would just say, well, we don't do anything with social distancing. And of course, there's no one at the city that is going to come out and do anything. I can't speak Spanish. People might yell at me if I mention that they shouldn't be holding a party. But we're having house parties for Mother's Day all over town. And we're encouraging people from Los Angeles to come book hotel rooms and then eat and drink out on all of the patio furniture at hotels, and it's not even being monitored or cleaned by staff. And they shouldn't actually even be doing this. So all of this that you're doing with regards to, you know, updating a website, I really have to ask, is it really going to help the target audience that you're trying to actually, you know, educate? Is it really going to help our neighborhoods or stop the spread of the virus when we don't have all of these other, you know, things buttoned down? Because your police officers won't do anything. They won't even drive by with a speakerphone and actually tell people to disperse. It's kind of ridiculous. And I don't think you guys are really doing a great job with regards to this because you're only reacting. You're not being proactive. Nobody is really thinking of the long-term consequences and what is actually happening here. There is a massive digital divide, and people are not going to be able to use this website if they don't have internet. So where's your texting? Where's your papers that, you know, to actually hand out to people or mail to different homes? Who is your contact in the community that's actually helping your Spanish speakers? Because I don't hear anything about that other than the city is creating a website.
Your time is up. Thanks so much. Anyone else, Ms. Gorman, who wants to speak to this item?
Madam Mayor and Council, no further public speakers on this item.
Okay. Well, thanks everyone. Ms. Encinas, Ms. Johnson, I know that we're always trying to refine our outreach and be very active in reaching our Spanish-speaking community. A lot of people do have computers and internet. We don't want to stereotype anyone as not having that ability, even though some people don't. So we're instructing staff to keep trying to perfect the way that we get relevant information to people who have different modes of receiving information. So I really appreciate this discussion. And if there's nothing else to this, Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
So I have a comment. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just really want to thank both Nina and Liliana for their wonderful work they're doing in the city. I was actually listening to Liliana as I was driving to my office today, and she's been on the radio. She's actually with the radio station. They've actually become like the key resource for the Spanish speaking community. And Nina has done such a great job in being so responsive to all of my questions. And really, I mean, we're all being pressured. This is a whole different lifestyle. And I just really want to thank the staff, because I don't think the public really understands that they're learning as they go as well. And they're trying their very best. So thank you to both Liliana and Nina. I really, really appreciate all your work.
Thank you for that, Ms. Gutierrez. Any other comments from the council? We'll close this item and go to our committee assignment reports. Council members, if you've been attending any meetings, please let us know. Mr. Friedman.
Hi, Madam Mayor. I attended the UCSB had an online economic COVID impacts with a number of speakers from the hospital, and then also Dr. Peter Rupert. So the economics and public health aspects of it is very informative. And then that's all I have. And then this week's social distancing playlist is REM. It's the end of the world as we know it.
No, don't say that. Okay, Ms. Nedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended a CCRB meeting, Kachuma Conservation Release Board, continuing to discuss the state water board order. We also had a very successful De La Guerra Plaza Advisory Committee meeting. Rob Dayton visited with us, and we have a pretty mixed group of people from many different parts of the community, and we came together on a vision statement, which I guess we'll unveil at a different time, but was very hopeful in planning for the future. And I also participated in the Coast Village Cash Mob, and then they had a sort of a Zoom meeting afterward, and it was a very successful event.
Anyone else? I participated in a REACH discussion. It was a regional discussion about economic recovery. Excuse me, the U.S. Conference of Mayors had a discussion about federal response. Mr. Casey and I and several city staff members were in the downtown Santa Barbara board meeting this morning, welcoming Robin Elander, their new interim executive director, and topics related to the downtown. I also did, Ava Heller, someone who lives in our area, she turned 90 and she had a virtual birthday party. So as mayor, I get to do some fun stuff like that, where I get to celebrate people's birthdays when they turn 90 or 100. And it's really, really very special. Mr. Casey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I forgot to mention, I wanted to talk really briefly that we just announced that on Thursday night, Santa Barbara artists are coming together to do a Light It Blue campaign in honor of our healthcare and essential workers. It's going to be at 8 p.m. this Thursday night. It's going to be the Sea Center on Stearns Wharf, the Arlington Theater Tower, the Libero Theater, Cottage Hospital sites, and the Mission Tower. They will all light up in blue to show gratitude to our healthcare and essential workers. And it's part of an international campaign called the Light It Blue campaign. So we've been partnering over just last week or so, pulling this together with the Santa Barbara Arts Collaborative, different community artists and event production companies. So we put a press release out on it. We've chosen the sites carefully, such that we're not encouraging people to go out and congregate around them, but that you can see them from any number of areas within the city. And so please continue to practice social distancing, but it's just a nice community event to be able to honor those who are really on the front lines of this pandemic response. So I just wanted to make sure the council was aware and let the community know about that as well. It's this Thursday at 8 p.m.
Thanks, Mr. Casey, and thanks to Nina Johnson and your staff and city administration for putting that together. And we do not have a closed session. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I don't want to report on a committee. I just wanted to congratulate all of the students that graduated. This month is graduation, and a lot of students from our elementary to high schools and our local colleges have graduated. And because of the COVID-19, they weren't able to participate in the formal graduation ceremony. So I want to congratulate all of the families and all the students in this area, and especially to my two cousins, Dania and Diego. So congratulations on that.
That's a great note for us to close on. Our graduates are doing their best right now, and we certainly send them congratulations and look forward to all of their success in life. So we're going to close this meeting. We're back here next Tuesday. Excuse me. We have a budget hearing that's tomorrow, 1 o'clock, and you can participate in that. Take a look at our website or call the clerk's office, 805-564-5309 for information on how to participate in our meetings and our budget hearings. Meeting adjourned.